Welcome everyone to the second day of the Chennai Grandmasters 2023. This is your host Sagar Shah and joining me is the one and only Amruta
Amruta
Mokal.
Mokal.
Hello Amruta.
Hi Sagar, it's the second day today. Can you believe it?
Yeah, it's the second day. We had a very exciting day one of the tournament where we had two decisive games and also the top two seeds of the tournament were toppled, which is quite unbelievable, I would say.
I agree with you. Quite unlikely because everything was going, and towards the end, it was like a twist
Yeah.
in the story.
It was completely, and Parham lost to Pavel Eljanov, and we had Arjun Erigaisi losing to Pentala Harikrishna, and now today we have four more games, and the big clash between the two Indian youngsters awaits us today. But first, let's have a look at the format of the tournament. So, the system of play is 8 players, single round robin tournament, and then we have the time control.
90 minutes plus 30 seconds increment from move 1. That's a single time control. So there is no 40 move rule here. Then there is default time 15 minutes, which means if a player comes late until 15 minutes, it should be okay. But after 15 minutes, he will lose a point. Draw agreement. The players cannot draw a game by mutual agreement before black's 30th move. A claim for a draw before black's 30th move is permitted through the chief arbiter or his deputy in case of 3-4 repetition. Now we go to tie break, and that's a direct encounter, the first one. Then we have Sonebon, Burger. Then we have number of wins. Forfeit will be counted as well, and number of wins with black. So that's the tie break we have. Let's look at the prizes now.
Yeah, it's 50 lakh rupees prize fund with 60,000 total US dollars. 15 lakh for the first prize, $18,000 there, and with second place getting $12,000. If the points are equal, the prizes will be shared. But this looks like a very nice prize pool for the players to fight for the top spot.
Totally. 15 lakh you can maybe buy a Mercedes.
Maybe second hand, Amruta.
Okay.
And so today we are going to witness some exciting action. Amruta, what was your favorite moment from day one?
Day one, I think Hari versus Arjun as an exciting game was there. But somehow, I really like the moment where Gukesh, put his hand.
Yeah, he offered a draw. And then
That was funny. He
you know-
hadn't heard what Levon had said, so it was a very nice thing.
Right, these are our participants of the event. And Amruta, if you see, the youngest is Gukesh with 17 years of age, and the eldest is Eljanov with 40
No,
years.
Levon, 41.
Ooh, Levon 41. So it was
Oh,
the
so
youngest versus
yesterday.
oldest yesterday. Yeah, so these are the players. We have a rating average of 2711, which is the strongest ever classical tournament on Indian soil. Let's have a look at the leaderboard after round 1.
And there we have Pavel Eljanov with 1 point, and Harikrishna also 1 out of 1 already on the leaderboard. Then we have Levon, Sanan, Alexander and Gukesh on half point each, and Parham and Arjun on 0. But today will be a comeback day for them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a very important day for both Arjun and Maghsoodloo. Let's just have a look at the way in which the candidates works, because that is an important thing that players are playing for in this tournament. Yeah, let's have a look at the FIDE circuit points here. So right now we have Anish Giri, who is our official commentator here along with his better half Sopiko, and he is right now leading the FIDE circuit points, and it's a very nice gesture by Anish to join us in the commentary.
No,
because
I thought he's going to get FIDE circuit points after commentating for this event, Sagar. That's why he's come here.
yeah, I hope that he gets some points here for commentating, but Gukesh and Arjun can both catch him in this tournament, but they both have to finish at the top. The candidate spot, 2 spots still remain with the FIDE circuit and the rating spot, and we'll see who takes them home. Is it going to be decided in this event? We'll have to wait and watch. Right, so lot to play, and today the another thing which is amazing is that we'll have the 5-time world champion Vishy Anand, who will be joining us in the commentary room. Amruta, he'll be making the first move and then he'll be joining us here.
Beautiful. And we will be getting to see that, right, while he inaugurates the event.
Let's have a look at what the pairings are for today. So, we had Gukesh and Arjun today. Very, very big fight there. Alexander Predke takes on Harikrishna. We have Eljanov versus Sjugirov. We have Aronian versus Maghsoodloo. And those are the 4 pairings that are there for today. Amruta, what is your prediction in the big fight between Gukesh and Arjun?
Gukesh and Arjun, it's very hard to predict because Arjun would be having this super fighting attitude right now to beat Gukesh. That's what he would want. And Gukesh, after yesterday's draw, would be a little bit, recovered on his rest of his travels and play. So I would say in prediction, the one who wins likely could be in top 2.
Yeah.
That's
Possible.
what I could say.
I think it's a very important game, and that's why Gukesh has arrived early to the game. You can see him adjusting himself in the chair, rolling his sleeves up, and we have Aronian, who is also going to play a very big game today. He has double whites, Amruta. He had white yesterday as well. Today he takes on Maghsoodloo, and there we have Harikrishna, who is against Alexander Predke. If Hari manages to score another win today, he will make a very strong claim to winning the first ever super tournament in India, which is amazing.
Oh yeah, actually, every win matters too much over here in a 7-round event.
Absolutely. It's going to be very, very critical, this thing. And let's see, there you have Hari getting up, which means his opponent has just arrived. Let's see. Oh, Vishy has arrived, not his opponent. And Aronian shakes hands with him. This is so cool. We have Vishy Anand here. And this is just brilliant to see him. He shakes hands with Gukesh from the Westbridge Anand Chess Academy. That's so cool that Gukesh gets to meet Vishy. And then he'll be inspired today to play a good game.
Wow. Wow.
And there you have Vishy standing in the center. It's still 5 minutes to kick off. Anand is usually, playing in such tournaments. But right now he's here as the chief guest. And we have Arjun, who's going through the screening of the fair play. And will enter the room and, of course, be greeted by Vishy.
Nice.
And there you have
By the
Arjun.
way, Gopa Kumar is the chief arbiter and also very, very well known in the anti-cheating measures.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
we have very strict rules over here for anti-cheating.
And there you can see Arjun.
He's in a very different mode, right?
Yeah.
Right now, he's completely into it. He knows today is a very, very critical game because if he loses today, it will be like he cannot win this event, if I'm not wrong.
Not-
With 6 out of 8, it would be a practically very difficult
Well,
thing.
Amruta, it's only a 7-round event. So
6
5
out
out
of
of 7 then he could score if he loses today. But of course, he will be looking to fight back today. And if he manages to win, he makes a very strong claim. But of course, his opponent is not an easy one. He is facing Gukesh, and that is quite a tough opponent.
And you can see here, Hari, he's thinking mostly about what his opponent is going to play. He's trying to recollect. He's just trying to all his preparation. He's just doing a blindfold revision. And there we have, they keep looking at the board. Many of the
Sanan,
players,
yeah.
Sanan here.
Sanan Sjugirov and
Nice stories yesterday Anish shared about him, by the way.
and he is really focused today as he takes on Pavel Eljanov, who won yesterday over there. And Vishy in the VIP room waiting for the first move. Beautiful view out of the Leela Palace, which is the official hotel for this event. And this is the VIP room. We are live from Hotel Leela Palace. So if you are in Chennai and you would like to visit here, do come here. It's open.
And Sagar, I did meet a few people right now. Today we are going to have a lot of people. It's
Okay.
a weekend and downstairs they're all saying hi.
Okay, that's
So that
wonderful
was
to know.
nice.
And I think more and more people should come in and take advantage of this opportunity that they have such a important tournament happening in their uh, city.
Exactly. And tomorrow is going to be Sunday, so the whole point is everything else will have a holiday, but not for chess.
Yeah, chess will be big time here, happening big time, and Harikrishna there taking a sip of water. Today, he will be playing with the black pieces. Amruta,
You know, Sagar, before the game starts, like the first move,
yeah,
एक बार शुरू हुआ, then you have no time to think. And this is the time where you want it, like, यार, शुरू हो जा. Like, you know, just begin.
yeah, exactly. The round should begin very soon. It's just 1 minute away now, and you can see both these youngsters so calm, collected, cool. But Amruta, three players have not arrived yet.
Yeah.
Predke is not here, Eljanov is not here, and nor is Maghsoodloo.
I
Were
told
they in
you.
the lunch
No,
table?
I told you yesterday. One of them will be at the beach. He'll come 5 minutes late. One of them will be at a 5-course lunch
Oh,
menu.
there you have Maghsoodloo. He is coming in.
Yeah, and one of them might be sleeping. No, Sagar. These used to be the old stories in open tournaments where a player would fall asleep and would miss his round. But not here. Maghsoodloo adjusting his pieces. Typically, every chess player does adjust the pieces before the round.
Yeah,
Like,
they
we
have their
don't
own
know.
style. And also, I love how they place their pieces. It's very interesting to see. Someone puts their knights in front, someone puts their bishops this way, and you know, it's. And there you have the knight and the rook. And there you have Maghsoodloo, 3-time Iran champion, currently Iran #1.
He also has won the gold medal in the Asian Games 2022 for Iran and world number 12 in live ratings right now with a career highest live rating of 2743.3.
Okay, so there you have it. Maghsoodloo will be looking to make a comeback here, as people mentioned. Oh, that's a new way.
And I think Vishy is entering.
Yeah, he's entering there.
Which board is he going to make the first move? Guys, any guesses?
I think it will be Gukesh and Arjun, yes.
I think so, but let's have a look. Because
Right, he will be coming in. And by the way, Predke yesterday had a very solid draw against Anand. And as we know, he's a very, very aggressive player. He is he became the under-16 Russian champion. He took the second place in Lev Polugevsky Memorial. Also, the Russian higher league champion.
Yeah, and he also scored 7 out of 11, a very high score in FIDE Grand Swiss 2021.
So that is, yeah, he was very close to Amruta winning that event, if you remember, if he had beaten with it in the last round.
Yeah, this was 2022-3, by the way.
Yeah.
By the way, Vishy entering
With Srinath there, who has played a massive role to make this tournament happen. So we're very, very happy that Vishy is here today to support this event, and it's such a nice feeling that he's here. And Pavel Eljanov makes his way to the board, and oh, Vishy goes there, shakes hands with Arjun and Gukesh and says E4 is what I want to play, and he plays E4 there. So Gukesh wants to go E4 today.
No, he kept the pawn back on E2, so we're not yet sure, right? We are sure.
So he plays
No
E4.
It's
And Amruta, now maybe Vishy will come in, and there he is. He's going. Where is he coming? Is the question.
Are they going to follow him? Oh, Sicilian! Awesome!
Oh, fighting chess on show here. We have the Sicilian played. Gukesh gets his knight out to F3. What is Arjun going to play? Is he going to go knight C6, Amruta?
E6.
No, he goes E6.
Oh, I was expecting a dragon or something like that, but it's E6, and we do have...
And we have Vishy joining us here in the commentary room. And maybe we can have a look at the camera. Vishy, welcome. You may have to put this on. There we have uh, Arjun and Gukesh on our screens right now, and Vishy joining in. Hello, Vishy, how are you?
Yeah, good.
Thank you so much for coming here. We are honored to have you today in the commentary, and also you made the first move there. How does it feel to have this tournament very close to your home?
It's a pity that I've not had too many chances to just maybe even stay at home and play, which would be a nice treat. It happened. I did it once
Oh,
in
you did?
Madrid. Well, I went home the night before the rest day, and then came back the next evening, and I was literally able to stay at home once, but not not here.
Well, hopefully there will be one tournament someday where you will be able to stay at home and play in the days to come. But Vishy, today is the big encounter between Gukesh and Arjun. What is your feeling about it? Also, it's a very exciting Sicilian that has been played. Uh, they've played the Open Sicilian, Knight f6 and Knight c3.
Okay, and Arjun's actually gone Bishop b4.
Ooh.
I think the official verdict is still that this is a dubious line, but Arjun's situation requires him to be extremely provocative.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a short event, right? 7 rounds.
Yes.
And if you lose the first round, you're already under big stress.
He will need as a minimum 2 wins to compensate, and that puts him back in the race. 3 wins will probably get him to the lead. So that's the ask, and exactly, with only so few games, these kinds of risks are necessary.
And have you ever played this from... I'm sure you faced this with white, but with black, have you played this ever?
Actually, it's the opposite. I don't think I faced it with white.
Really?
Yes, at least I can't remember too many games. But with black, it was my... I built my house with this
Really?
opening. Yes,
When?
because, well, when in sub-junior days, you know, because you go bishop b4, somehow your opponent wouldn't know the refutation. You would take on c3, come back, win some queenside pawn. He will get queen g4, g6, bishop h6. I'll play g6. He'll take immediately on f8. He'll be exchange up. I will get some 2-3 pawns on the queen side and then win. This was just formula. So it was it's really funny to see it now, but computers do not like the move. I can tell you that much. So
So in this situation, this line which Arjun has chosen, would you say it's a...
You have to switch it on, maybe.
So in this situation, the line which Arjun has chosen, would you say that it is definitely a good line to consider at this point?
it depends what work has been done on it. Arjun must have found something in the best case scenario and in the worst. Worst case scenario is that Gukesh is familiar and knows kind of into the details of what you're supposed to do. It's not very difficult. I think e5, I'd be very surprised if knight e4 turned up. Most likely is that it's knight d5. And then you go bishop d2. You take knight takes c3. B takes c3. Bishop e7. And then queen g4. And this is what I meant. I think if you castle, bishop h6, g6.
Oh, you are also okay to give this up, yes?
Yeah, no, you shouldn't take. I think it's better to go h4, h5. Then you still have chances to mate. After bishop f8, you'll get nothing because that bishop will come to g7
and black is doing well.
Yes, black is doing well. So, I mean, I would get hybrid versions of this with a6 thrown in and bishop e2 thrown in and this sort of thing. But basically, back in the day, quickest way to try to win a pawn. And
So in the sub-junior days, out of curiosity, you did get good results with this line, yeah? Bishop b4.
the bad results I've probably forgotten, but the good ones, I've definitely won many games with this thing. I mean, the Khan was very good weapon because unless your opponent knew what to, you got into trouble very fast with white. So
Amruta also played her entire career the Khan, like only opening that she played.
But this is
right?
not Khan.
No, not this with a6, but
Yeah.
of course,
Yeah,
I mean,
one opening for line.
it was
like
not something that I think You got good results, right, in that.
Yeah, kind of. Okay, but that's not important, Sagar, because I got 50% losses there. So that's not.
Let's have a look at the other game, which is happening between Harikrishna
Mm-hmm.
and Predke. It was the Catalan,
Mm-hmm.
and just yeah.
Okay,
So
he's taken on c4. Is there a pawn on c6?
E6.
No, oh, it's a knight c6, bishop c6, bc line.
Ah,
Okay, and yeah, there's a double pawn on a3, so we know what position this is.
castles, castles, and DC, and he goes for this line. Knight takes, B takes.
And now knight a3, yeah?
This is actually becoming popular of late, right? Like,
It's been around for a while.
no, I mean, the main line, of course, I think Vishy is bishop c6, bc6,
Yes.
take, knight e8, and then I think
Queen
recently.
a4 or queen c2, and then they also play knight a3, you're right. I think even nowadays they're playing bishop e3 and queen c1 and...
Yeah, Nihal
also-
played this with Nepo.
Yeah. So,
But knight c6, bc6 makes more sense, right? You've given him triple pawns, but black has a lot of active counterplay.
well, black has pawns. If you take the c6 pawn, then you lose a lot of time because the bishop gets kicked around and black will break with c5. If you don't take on c6, then I have a pawn mass.
Mm.
Bishop a6, b5 can come. Rook b8, b6 can happen. And then black keeps these pawns.
Right. So in the game, he played knight c6, bc6, knight a3. And generally, when this happens, I'm like, okay, this is just crazy with the structure. How would you assess such a position? Like, I know this might be opening theory still, but how should one look at it?
It gives a very interesting position because you get the two bishops and potentially e4 with some center. But it's not much of a center because there are so many c pawns that even if you, I mean, it's very hard to get d5 and things. So it's about control. White will try to get as much as possible without. I mean, I'd have to show a lot of moves. But
Yes.
let's say I put the pawn on a4. If I can play bishop a3, then if the pawn on d4 is protected, I can play queen c2, rook d1, e4, something like that. And you don't give black a lot of squares. Black can't play bishop a6, b5, can't play knight d5, and so on. But even then, black's position is very solid because white is not able to break through here or there. Then in the end, maybe you could play bishop f1 takes c4 if in some dream scenario. So these kinds of plans, as I said, I don't think the line is objectively any problem for black, but you always have the hope that your opponent might not be perfectly accurate.
Right. And I think Hari seems to be the better prepared player. If we can have a look at the cam where we can see the clocks. A5 was played by Hari. And now bishop takes c6. I think Predke took his time to play this. In fact, he also played. No, he played it very quickly, in fact.
Yes, a5 is probably a modern refinement because I used to just play it with bishop a6, b5, or at least, once upon a time that was my plan. But a5 might be just a very sophisticated line because now queen a4 doesn't attack that bishop on a6 and so on. You give the c6 pawn, but you were willing to give it a move before anyway, so it doesn't matter, and so on.
And so he takes here, and Hari is thinking now, which is interesting because rook b8 looks like the most natural move. But maybe he's just he's thinking about what he has prepared yesterday. Harikrishna beat Arjun. Were you able to follow that game?
Yes, when rook c6, rook c7, rook c6, bishop takes j6, all that happened, and then Arjun actually managed to defend pretty well. He got the king to f5. Hari had to give this pawn. And then we reached this fascinating opposite color bishop ending. I mean, rook and opposite color bishop, but it could always become an opposite color bishop ending, and that was quite interesting. Then I was in my flight, and so I missed the bit where it came very, very close to a draw.
Yes.
And then by the time I landed, the last 15 minutes happened in 1 second, and over. I just got all the moves. So I missed a little bit of that sporting action, but well, very good press by Hari. A very important point for him.
I was actually so surprised when Hari played the opening, which he said he has prepared and the engine gives it as minus for white. Like it was giving zero point 0.2, minus 0.2, d takes c5, which he took. I can just show you here.
Yes, I don't think the evaluation there is very important, but it's a little bit. It's quite interesting that I mean I can't take that evaluation seriously,
Okay.
but a bit later, it turned out to be a very important detail. If Arjun would take on c3 first,
Yes.
and then you capture with the b pawn, then he appears to be fine. But this was a very sophisticated move. That after bishop f4, he's in big trouble. So even here he could take, and if rook c1, very important to have rook c7.
Exactly. And the fact that he played f6, he just missed the point of that now there is no c7 square here. So that turned out to be a big
Very unpleasant.
yeah, very unpleasant here. And by the way, we can see some scenes of the commentary room, and I'm sure that today there are a lot of people who are going to come in, who are waiting in the lobby. If you are in Chennai, this is your opportunity to come here and watch this live. Also get a chance to interact with Vishy here if you come in like 1 hour. Maybe not so easy, but Vishy, shall we look at another game
Sure.
here between let's go to the next board. This one is Sanan taking on Pavel Eljanov. And Eljanov yesterday beat Maghsoodloo, a big result there. And I think it also spoils Maghsoodloo's chances of topping the ratings chart, which was anyway difficult to get 14 ELO points.
Well, he needed +4, now he needs +5. He needs 5.5 bar 6. So that was a bit of an ask. Wesley will not lose any points while tweeting. So he's fixed. And Parham needs so
it's amazing that Wesley is now active on Twitter. Like for years he was off social media.
I know it's hilarious.
You're following the banter of Wesley, Anish, and
a little bit, but already that Wesley is very active there is kind of nice to see.
Maybe he's taking training from Anish.
Asking Magnus to be nice to him is a good start. So that bit I enjoyed a lot.
and then he says, what should I prepare? Fab, he says, play b3, and he actually goes and plays b3, and it's so unbelievable that social media and actual events are now getting connected.
Yes, but I think they just think any opening, it doesn't matter.
Okay, so Pavel goes for the very solid setup here. In fact, yesterday when Anish was here in the commentary, he explained something about Pavel. He said that oftentimes when he played against him, he could not guess his moves many times. Like he would think, okay, this looks logical, and Pavel would find a way which is very ambitious and would keep the game going and sort of make these moves which he would never consider. Did you also have this experience? Have you played against Pavel?
I have not played him very much. I've played him just a handful of games and not enough to get. And one was a very sharp anti-Meran.
Right.
Or even anti-Moscow. But and the other one was, I think I had one more game with him. And nothing too special. Maybe I didn't give him a chance to do something very unusual.
But he would know you very well. Because
yes, he was Boris's second, of course, in that match. And so he must have seen a lot of me then and so on. Yes.
But he was also second of Magnus in 2013. I didn't know that. Were you aware of it?
I wasn't aware of that. In fact, I knew that he worked with him later, but I didn't know he had worked then. So.
What are your thoughts on this position? It seems very symmetrical. But white has always this nagging edge, right, in such positions.
Um, Not at all.
Mm.
Though here it's kind of interesting that the bishop is alive. So bishop f3 is thing, but because the central pawns have gone off, then even g4, bishop g6, knight h4 is not that dangerous. And it's a solid kind of position. I don't know what he will do now.
Yeah, I think here is where Pavel is now taking his time. He's thinking it's white to move. Maybe some ideas like bishop f4 could be in the air, or putting the bishop here. Let's go to the next game. Very interesting game between Levon and Parham.
Oh, that is very interesting. Yeah, we've gotten a very nice Nimzo sort of.
c4, knight c3, bishop b4, castles, bishop g5, c5, d5. Ooh. Wasn't this the what Spassky used to play a lot with white, Leningrad variation?
Yes, but by the way, instead of d5, rook c1, cd4, knight d4, I don't know, h6 I guess, bishop h4, d5, cd5, g5, bishop g3, queen takes d5, e3, queen a2, all this, there are some crazy lines here.
Oh.
And you can go bishop d3, queen b2, castles. And there's incredible theory here as well. So, but d5 is
More fighting, yes?
you get these f3 Nimzo structures,
Hmm.
but without f3. So white may get it later with knight d2 e4. It's harder to get. But yes, Spassky used to play this all the time. E d5, cd5, d6, e3. Or at least he was known for the bishop g5 system.
Right.
It's
right.
in fact, if I'm not mistaken, it's called the Leningrad Nimzo.
Yes, yes.
So,
but the thing was that there was this one famous maneuver. I'm sure the engines don't like it, to put your king on d8, c7 in those lines when this was.
no, the engine suggests it itself nowadays.
Sorry.
Engine loves these ideas.
Oh, they.
yes.
Ah.
It's not even that difficult. I mean, once upon a time it was beautiful and beyond the engine's horizon. But then at some point, engines realized the king is so safe there, it doesn't matter. And then there was a while when maybe you should put what we're talking about, because otherwise it's getting. But the thing is here, castles happened very early.
Yeah.
So
c5.
c5, bishop g5, d5, let's say,
Yeah.
d6, bishop g5, bishop c3, bc3, e5. I don't know. Well, don't do knight d2 because I want to make a funny line.
Okay.
Let's say e4, knight bd7. I mean, you can play h6, but just bishop d3, h6, bishop h4, queen e7. I don't know, something, rook b1, king c7, king d8, castles, king c7. I mean, this is not a line at all. I'm just telling you the structure. And then, or let's say you included g5, bishop g3 instead of king c7.
Yes.
And I think very early computers would not suggest knight d4, but nowadays computers also knight d4 instantly, because they just think, yeah, it's natural, because everything comes within. So now it's just smashing everything in the center, and some excitement will happen. So all these kinds of ideas are there. But if you look at this pawn structure without knight d4, if you don't play knight d4 and you see this pawn structure, black's king is much safer on c7 than almost anywhere else. So quite a typical idea. This is a particularly bad version for white. There will be much better versions with the bishop on f2 and more details, but nonetheless, here we are.
Oh man, this I never saw before.
That's what I was wondering when he said it's a funny line.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah.
what has to be funny? But this is really amazing.
Wow. Wow.
Again, don't try this at home, but as they say, but the pawn structure and the dark squares in the center, if they crash, then it might be worth a piece. That's the point.
Right. Right.
I mean, this is more to show you the idea than really a specific position.
There is this f3 Nimzo where this idea happened.
I've done
right?
it against Wang Hao once.
You did it,
in
right?
Vaikense,
Yes.
yeah, sure.
That was an amazing game. Knight d4, just giving a piece.
But that was a different thing, because there was only an e5 pawn, so I was undoubling my pawns. But anyway, same rough idea.
Yeah. Yeah. So here.
But here, castles has already happened, so no more king c7. And then if we get to the game, let's just see what's happening in the game.
d5, h6, bishop h4, d6, and
E3.
e3.
So now there are these lines: E d5, C d5, Knight b d7, Bishop d3, Queen a5,
Queen. Sorry, Queen a5.
castles.
G5 is not good. Yes, here like G5.
Anyway, after castles, you'll get the pawn for free. So
Okay.
castles, and then Bishop c3, bc3, Knight d5, and White is supposed to have good composition here.
Okay.
You can play some move. So there's a lot of theory like this, and as a result, you may not even need to play g5. You just get the pawn anyway, according to the theory. So these are. This game should be interesting.
Yeah.
It gives me a chance to look at this line again. Always you look at a line when it's employed one more time, and then you think I should go back and check what I did before. So something like that.
Vishy, tell us what do you do when you follow these tournaments nowadays? Do you still update your notes which you have, or do you follow it very seriously?
Yes, I like to update my notes. I think that's the habit I will not lose ever, because somehow you feel incomplete if your notes are out of date. So every chance I'm watching some tournament and some idea happens, I want to see first of all, what did I once think, and what do they think now, and just to have my notes, even if I'm not really going to play it. Even lines I don't follow, I like to keep track of what's happening and do it. So that's hardwired into me. No.
You don't
No,
feel like, oh, this is a lot of work or anything like that?
But this is the most enjoyable bit. I have nothing at stake, but I just want to know what's happening, and that is important. By the way, if we go to Maghsoodloo's game yesterday against Pavel, of course.
Yeah. At which point?
We'll just go to the very end. I just want to show this ending. Yeah, he just blundered this thing, and now, okay, rook c3, king g4, all this happens. c4. Yeah, take. You can go much further.
We thought this will end in a draw.
Yes, my thing is, these are the moments when you have to stop and find one plan and execute it. And if I play rook h3,
Yeah.
rook takes g2,
Bring the king. Yes.
bring the king back somewhere. There is this thing, you can go rook g5, let's say rook h1, king f7, king d3. Of course, king e3 is an easy draw, but I just want to make this point. King f6, king c2, king f5,
That's
king
the
d2.
margin.
Well, I'm sure there's a position where the king is too far, but some reasonable place like this, king g4, you cannot improve. Because when you take on h5, I go rook g1 takes g7.
Oh.
So that's the idea. And if you have some idea like that and you just implement it, it's nice. Again, it's easier to be calm and follow these procedures at the beginning than at the end of a 6-hour game or 7-hour game.
True.
So by the time they reached this, I'm sure Parham's head was not very clear, and he just played g3, lost the h5, and just lost. But also, I don't know when he overstepped the drawing margin. But g3,
There was a
king
point.
f7.
But what you said, I think you follow it a lot. I've seen you many times from a complex position go into these 3 versus 4 end games of rook or like this.
Yes,
And
in a way, that's why you study. Why do you study 3 versus 4? Because you know there is this exit door somewhere, and you can use it. Otherwise, it's like rehearsing what to do in the case of a fire and never using the fire exit.
Right.
That's
Right.
exactly. So you should use the fire exit, so to speak, when you can.
Exactly.
And I thought he should know rook. But here, this is absurdly simple, because after rook h3,
Yeah.
the only thing you can say is that black can play king f7.
If we can have the board on the screen. Yeah.
So king f7, king d5, and here king f6, shouldering. So the king still cannot get very close. But we can reverse the order. Instead of rook h3, you go king d5 here.
Right.
If-
If rook g2, then
Then rook h3,
Rook
and we get what we want. If king f7, then I play king e5. And now if rook g2, rook h3, and then I can walk my king back even. So here my king is restraining your king, and my rook is making sure you don't get a pass pawn.
Right.
So it was, if he had spent, I don't know how much time he had when he was here and so on, but if he had spent 3 minutes and just easily clinched the draw, it would be a slightly different tournament.
He had 6 minutes.
Yeah, then it's just fatigue. You know, at the end of the game, it's one thing to know how much time you have, another thing to use it.
True.
And he simply didn't use his time. So.
But even if it was 2-time control and he would be getting extra time later, would that fatigue be still as same as otherwise? If it was
Look, when you remember,
control?
you remember, and then when you don't, you don't. It's a little bit like that. There are times when you remember to stop yourself and you just find the correct idea, and here he didn't. But his problem here is he couldn't walk back to the e file.
Exactly.
There's always that exchange.
This rook is so poorly positioned that.
So how did it finish? He went king d3 or what? He tried to escape all the way. Then what? Rook e5, cutting the king off, and then rook f5. Then and now it's over.
F file cut off.
Yes. And this is fairly trivial. I think you can remove the h pawn and play g4, and it's still lost. If I play g4, I think I can remove the h pawn because it's lost anyway. So yeah.
Vishy, have you played with this time control ever? 90 plus 30, just one single. No second time control, no increment.
It's a tricky question, huh?
I'm not actually sure I've played this time control. Maybe in Zurich? Did we follow it in Zurich in 2017? I don't remember.
I have not
We had one of these shorter ones, but I don't remember if it was 60 or 90 then. Anyway.
I think it's interesting because they're more decisive games. Like yesterday, both the games I feel became decisive because of this time control. At the end, they all got a bit because if they had 30 minutes after 40 moves, I don't think.
Yeah, no. The problem is again when you have so many time controls and rules, at some point you forget which one you're playing, and I just go sit there, look at the clock, and I just follow the clock. I remember once Belyavsky, FIDE had updated some rules because computers were coming in and some table-based rules had changed and so on. So Belyavsky went to the thing, and at some point he went to the arbiter and said, can you tell me if I can castle here? So which I thought was, in fact, they had not touched the castle rules at all, but he was just tired from following all this stuff, and he said, please, can you look at my board and give me permission to castle almost? So you can imagine, this was 86 or 87. So some initial rules were changing, and then he just thought, I can't take this anymore, I'm just going to ask the arbiter. So, but I thought it was very funny that a legendary grandmaster like Belyavsky goes, can I castle? So.
But you never had any issues with rules, I think, no? You were always well updated. Like once I saw Topalov losing to Magnus in the first round on time because 60 move rule in Norway, I think. But that has never happened.
You made a big mistake in that statement.
Sorry, it happened otherwise. Magnus lost. Sorry. Topalov won.
Yes.
I'm making errors. You know, today I was thinking.
But that wasn't even a rule. I think that was more specific there, that he didn't know that you didn't get increment, or he didn't know that you don't get a fresh batch of time.
Right.
So that initial time just ran out. Is how I remember it. But yeah.
But
I mean, I was there.
You never faced such a thing in your chess career.
Maybe thankfully I get uncomfortable when my clock seems to be running down and I don't take chances. I make one more move and then I make one more move, something. I don't know. I don't think I've lost any game like that. That would be kind of silly.
Nice.
But you know why it was a tricky question? Because Anish said that he's never played with this time control, and then later Sopiko, Sagar and I were roasting Anish when he was not on the screen, that how could he not play this time control at all?
He must have played it, no? Because recently
no,
he's never played this time control. Okay.
Yeah,
but I think at the elite level, it's not happened often.
Yeah, exactly.
It's something.
But World Cup and all?
No, it's always 30 minutes increment after 40 moves.
And here there's no increment.
No, there's just 90 minutes flat for the full game and 30-second increment per move. That's all.
So you do have the increment.
Yes.
But you don't get you don't get a second time thing batch. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense. But I cannot remember if I've specifically played in that time control or not.
Okay, we have to go back to the game of Gukesh and Arjun as we have on our screen. There were some moves that have happened. So let's have a look at this. Um, Knight c3, bishop b4, and Gukesh played bishop d3. He didn't push the pawn.
Yes,
e5, d6.
that is not impressive. So knight c2. Well, now Gukesh is just playing chess. He is just saying, I'm not looking for opening advantage. I'll just play this.
So you think that black has kind of equalized already, you feel?
I can't see why white should be better. Except that if you play knight e5, then I can play knight b3, and then your bishop is quote unquote trapped. So you'll either have to give the double bishops to bishop c5 or play d5 here, and then.
But d5 is good, no? Like generally.
Not clear. ed5, queen d5. I kick you a3. You move back, and then I get knight c3 tempo, and then your queen has to move. It might be better for white. So. I don't know. But if I play bishop c5, it's a great Khan, no?
Yeah.
Because then I play e5 later, c3, e5, and then I get my super Khan with the bishop on b6. Because bishop will normally be stuck on e7. So here it's lovely on. It could go to a7, but it's also doing the work on b6. So maybe bishop c5 is not a bad move here.
Just go back.
Yes.
And then if c3, you can
e5.
e5.
Yeah, knight b3. Even knight f3, knight g3, or knight c2 is possible. God knows. I mean, just to play bishop e3 and swap those bishops, something like that.
Ah, got it. But Vishy, with Gukesh, who is right now, training with Westbridge Anand Chess Academy, how are things going? It's very interesting for the world to follow this, because he is sort of improving very rapidly. He reached 2758, and I think you and the Waka played a very big role in that. So can you tell us a bit about that?
So we have been, I mean, he's been in the Westbridge Academy pretty much since it started.
Yeah.
And essentially after the Olympiad last year, and he was already 27-30 something then, well, 8 out of 8, and so and just very, very good. Then there was a brief period when he was struggling. In Vike he struggled and so on. But one of the things we did was he started working more consistently with Gaevsky, and the idea was now, well, he will certainly get invitations to all the elite tournaments. He needs different openings, maybe full-time coach, that kind of thing. This year, it's like this elephant in the room, the candidates. It's impossible to think of anything else. Just candidates. It's in his thoughts, everybody's thoughts all the time.
And because of the circuit, it keeps on.
No, not even that. Yeah, well, it keeps his hopes alive, but somehow till the Grand Swiss finished, we didn't think, and then the circuit started. In a sense, the Grand Swiss solved his ELO hopes. No chance by the rating list, but the good thing is he can afford. Well, the point is, someone like Dominguez, in trying to overtake Wesley, he can lose any chance of overtaking Wesley also.
Right.
Whereas in the circuit, it doesn't matter how many times you try. Your worst results keep getting discarded, so you can keep on trying.
Correct.
But anyway, we'll see. He still has a chance here of narrowing the gap a little bit. Obviously, every little bit helps. If they go to the World Rapid, I don't know how much better Gukesh will have to perform to close the gap. But at least here, if he improves, I mean, from 79, he can go up to 82, 83 even.
Right.
It might be something, and obviously, if he overtakes Anish by winning this, so much the better. But I think he has sort of landed in elite chess, and so that's also what we are trying to work around with, that we now treat him slightly differently. He is a top player, but that's not the end of the road. It's the beginning. As you can see, you can still have lots of ups and downs, and yeah, it's a long journey.
But it's like you have to be very alert, right, at this level, because you can't have like a one strategy. There are small issues creeping up from somewhere, and you have to fix that. I mean, it's not easy to sort of take care of such top players.
I don't know how you'd separate the two. I think what you mentioned applies to any player. You have to keep
Mm.
on learning and updating and moving along. But and even there are top players who stay at number 4 or number 6 for many years. But they, even if it doesn't look like there's a lot of movement, they're still working very hard to keep that position. So long journey, but he is now competing in all the elite tournaments. In a sense, that's what Waka was supposed to do.
Right.
We wanted somebody in the top, and both Gukesh and Prag are there, Vaishali in the women's thing, and we are working with some other hopefuls, but a long journey. It's also fair to say that a couple of results this year have been quite difficult for Gukesh. That Musard game,
Yes.
Jules game, that's a really tough when he could have a half-point lead, and in fact he falls half-point behind
Absolutely.
Mickey, and then by the end of the tournament he even loses one more, but he's clearly pushing very hard. But you got to give it to him. He's come again and he's trying again now.
He doesn't look
So
tired. Like Amruta was telling me that when he came at the opening ceremony, we thought, okay, London, he's played. He must be very tired right now. He was brimming, happy to play another event.
well, good for him. He has more tournaments next year, so he'll need to be fresh. Yeah.
There is this one meme that was not meme, but a video. I think you have seen it. It's made by Gotham Chess about you. There's an anime that was created that Vishy raised this entire sort of army in order to beat Magnus. Do you remember that? Some kind of an anime.
I remember the idea. I don't
Yeah, yeah.
remember the actual one, but yes, I know that.
So it
The
was
subject matter.
it
let's
was
say.
so nicely done, portrait. But I had one question specifically because you worked yourself with Gaevsky for over 5, 7, maybe almost a decade.
No, indirectly, because I always tease Gaevsky that he was my second but he didn't know it for the first 3 years because
He
through
was working
Radek,
through
he
Radek.
was my second through Radek. Anybody says, yeah, of course, but I know what Radek is using it for. Um, yes, if you count Radek, then it's a decade exactly.
And
But I started working with him in 2014, so it
Hmm.
was six and a bit years.
and when you work with them, like when they get to work with a top player, there's so much of knowledge that is being sort of shifted both ways, and he becomes one of the top sort of seconds. How easy or difficult it is, like when Gukesh was here, to say, okay, now Gukesh, here's you work with Gaevsky, and I think you are no longer working with him.
In a way, it suggested itself because I was not working with Gaevsky that much anymore. I mean, if you play 1 or 2 tournaments a year, difficult to really maintain that relationship that we had. Of course, I'm in touch with Gaevsky constantly, but we don't have the same thing. But Gaevsky is a coach in Vaka.
Yes.
So he's a coach in Westbridge, and his thing was to come across with a lot of opening ideas and things like that, and teach, work with our program fellows. So I suggested that why don't you take him to a tournament and let's take this to the next level and see how it works. And initially it was very happy. They were very happy, and I wasn't surprised because I knew that Gaevsky's style is something that Gukesh will enjoy a lot. And I think personally also they seem very happy with each other. So that part I couldn't predict, but I'm glad it worked out.
Amazing. It's really not easy when you did it so seamlessly. It's fantastic. I want to look at more games and moves, but I have one question, if you don't mind. People would love to know, what does a day in Vishy's life look like on a regular basis right now? Now that you are not playing so many events, although you played several this year, you played GCL, you played the European Club Cup. But just if it's a normal day when you're not going to tournaments, how does it look?
Okay, I will start off with the disclaimer that a normal day for me involves a lot of procrastination. So, good intentions that never happen. Once I have said that disclaimer, I am fairly regular with exercise and things like that. So in the morning I get a little bit of that out. If there's a tournament within the reasonable time frame, say 3 months to, then I'm at least mentally making a list. This is what I need to do and thing. Otherwise, I just follow um, everybody in Vaka. I follow the general chess circuit. I see games. I want to be at least have a bird's eye view, even if I'm not always thinking, what am I going to play against this next? I follow a lot of material, and then when there is free day work, then I keep some time for that, and I have other engagements and so on. Yeah, so at home it's that Akhil going to school, Akhil coming back from school, maybe we play something together, Aruna and me. So that's how it is. So I'm just there a lot. Um, Slightly unemployed, but I'm there. So
The
Sometimes he
deputy
also has
president of
ad
FIDE.
shooting, like Subway and dancing and all those trainings. I think.
yeah, obviously those are the commitments, and you. I don't sweat all the time like that, but but sometimes I sweat.
But did you see Akhil at the opening ceremony? It was
Yes.
amazing.
I'm happy he enjoyed it, but uh, I thought he delivered his explanation very well. What inspired him, because he actually came and said, last year in the Olympiad I got this Poikal Kudrai. Why can't I put that? And that was his idea, so it was very good. And very sincerely, he did all 8, and yeah, it was nice. It was very strange watching him on ChessBase India, but anyway, you get the picture. But
And
but not
Levon.
in an unpleasant way. Yeah, Levon, yes. Well, he's what shall I say? Akhil is the least tricky person I know. So just because he's an Anand, it doesn't mean he's tricky. Okay, you know Akhil, right? He's
Yeah,
just the
of
most
course.
innocent
Of
thing.
course.
So, but yeah, I understand. Levon also likes to crack a nice joke, and so it was good.
And we got
It was
to know
clever.
that like Vishy's favorite piece is night. I mean, many of the people came later and they said to Aruna and Akhil that because of you we got to know that. We didn't know that.
Ah.
So that was nice actually.
Of course, Vishy is known for his knights
Night
and
maneuvers, yeah.
night maneuvers. But Vishy, just following like Akhil's growth as into the art, that what he does, is it something like a big joy for you, like the way in which he's doing different things? He recently published a book as well.
Yes, so he published this book, The Heart of Math, and we had a function in the Madras Literary Society. So the foundation that published it is Kindness Foundation, and he went and he had to give a talk describing his book, and also very good. So I'm happy his confidence is growing, but he enjoys art. It's his big passion. In a way, I keep thinking this must have been what it's like for my parents, because my father was a railwayman, general manager, Southern Railway, complete government servant, and then suddenly his son is playing chess. So he must have also thought, if I had joined the engineering stream, he would have known what to tell me. But he's sitting there thinking, what is this chess thing? And now I'm trying hard to keep up with Akhil. But, he's always going faster than I am, in the same way that I was going faster than my father could follow the world of chess. He's going faster in the art. He's learning all sorts of new things, and I cannot follow all the terms and so on. But I try my best, because you want to keep in touch. So every time he'll come up with some new name in art, and then I'll go and look it up. What are tessellations? What are fractals? What are this? What are that? Yeah, he's
Yeah.
thing. But yeah, I'm very, very proud of him. That's clear.
And
Sagar, so one very very common thing between Akhil and Vishy. Can you guess?
what?
Very
I
skillful.
hope this one is not coming from Maruna.
No. It's very common for to be a elite chess player or a amazing artist. Pattern recognition.
Ah.
Ah, okay. That's a nice one.
Yeah, true. Because he can see patterns in different art forms, and Vishy could see it on the board. And Vishy, you were talking about. Let's first look at a game, then I'll come back to that question. By the way, Bishop C5 was played in the game, And we have had few moves here. Knight b3. No, sorry, c3.
E5, knight b3, bishop b6. I don't like this very much because it's very hard to play bishop e3. So I'm not sure what exactly Gukesh is, which knight is going to go for which square. Unless he's just going to play c4, knight c3 and be done with it. But knight g4 is already a bit unpleasant sometimes. To be honest, I didn't like knight b3. It's the one move I didn't like very much.
That's why you wanted to go knight,
Knight
c2
c2 or
and
even knight
trade.
f3, knight g3. I thought the knights are not so bad there because but here maybe it's fine. It's just I would have liked not to put my knight on b3. Or if I played knight b3, I would have done it on my own and played c4. And then brought the other knight back to c3.
Right. Right. So you're saying like here, just instead of this, go here and play c4.
Yeah, if you're going to do this, might as well do it like this, no? And then come back knight c3. Again, here the problem is the d4 square, so it's give and take. It's not like there's any cause for worry, but knight b3, bishop b6. It's not easy to tell what I should do next.
Yeah, as white, maybe bishop g5, trying to put the bishop there, and
After h6, what do you want to do?
bishop h4. No?
Yeah, but after g5, bishop g3, the other knight has also not got its favorite square anymore.
Right.
It wanted to go to g3, and now it can't do that also. And then already some h5 lines can become very unpleasant.
Like, I want to do this, but maybe I'm not in time, yeah?
Yeah,
Then
let's
you
say I
don't
play
go
h5.
Bishop g5, Sagar. You wanna go king h1.
Sorry?
Then you don't go bishop g5.
King h1, start with it.
That is a very profound statement, Amruta. I never knew there was a relationship between playing king h1 and bishop g5. Never play bishop g5 going king h1. I'm suddenly thinking, is that true? That's...
No, that's when Amruta talks to me.
No, but here knight g4 is a problem, no? Because you have queen h4, so you cannot play king
No, but
h1.
that doesn't matter. King
But no, she just threw out a very profound relationship. I'm a bit shocked. I didn't...
It's broken now.
And yeah, of course, queen e1, there's queen h4, so
yeah.
that...
No, but hang on a second. Bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, g5. Bishop g3, h5 is already unpleasant.
Oops, sorry.
And I can play h5. And if you go h4...
Yeah, h4 I...
some knight g4 or something on well, it looks like this Italian, no, where you push.
Right.
But maybe it's not that strong. But I can also play knight c6 instead of h5.
Yeah, and then if I play king h1, I get this time to do...
And then I go knight e7, g6. You can play f3, bishop f2, I don't care. And then I'll play h5, h4 or something. I like my knights like that.
Okay. I was hoping like I can get my knight to this square, but it's well guarded and...
You can, and eventually the other knight will also be able to come to e3, or this knight will be able to come to with 3-4 moves at least, no? I mean, we're really wandering off the the base position.
Sure.
So,
No, I mean...
so knight b3, bishop b6 has happened, right?
yes. This is...
And now Gukesh is thinking. e5 has happened.
e5 hasn't happened yet. It's just on e6 yet. This is the
No,
position.
it was c3, e5, knight b3, bishop b6.
No, if we zoom into our board right now, like if we can have that view of so it's still that e5 and knight b3 is
somehow
not.
how did the position came earlier as c3?
Yeah,
e5.
on the live board. It was actually a mistake. I think.
It was on the live board.
Yeah,
Okay, I got it.
Yeah.
I got it.
Yeah.
Okay, then. Oh, Gukesh has not yet played knight b3.
No.
Why are we sitting and giving so much gyan? Just play c3, e5, and then he can still play knight c2 or something.
Yeah, maybe Arjun plays e5 and then Gukesh will go knight c2. But if he plays knight b3, then we know that it's not the best.
No, we know that I didn't like it.
Yeah.
We do not know that it's not the best, but we know that I didn't like it. So, what can we say here? He doesn't have to play e5, by the way, but
he plays it.
Yeah.
He plays it. And now is interesting. Let's see if Gukesh has the same taste as Vishy here and goes knight c2 or f3. I think these are the two moves you would choose.
Yes.
But Arjun is having 18 minutes more than Gukesh, right?
So while Gukesh thinks about what to do here, let's quickly go and check what Harikrishna is up to. Whoa! What? No. come on. This is not possible.
What happened?
No,
No,
this
because
is
queen d5 is obviously it's queen
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
d6 or something.
So if we can zoom into the board, so we can see. So bishop c6, rook b8 would have happened. I'm sure bd2 as well.
He went queen d4 or he went queen d6 or what?
d5. No, d5 already. is
d5
very good.
ed5 is
Yeah.
the greatest gift known to man. Come on.
Can we zoom into the board and see like maybe full screen of the board? That would be easier. Yeah.
So he went queen takes d4.
Okay, Vishy, you might be able to reconstruct this.
Yeah, queen
better.
d4, bishop c3, queen d1, rook f d1, bishop a5.
Bishop a5.
But wait a minute, what is bishop a5? If I go queen c5, he wants to go bishop no, what does he want to do after? Oh, queen a4. Maybe queen a4. And yeah, okay. And now the problem is bishop b4 is a threat.
Right.
So instead he took on d1 and he went bishop b7. So bishop a5, queen d1,
Yeah.
rook f d1, and then bishop b7 he has gone.
Hmm.
Okay, now it's clear. You have to play bishop takes b7. I think more or less only move, and I don't know. I would think about rook dc1, but maybe rook ac1 is fine also.
Rook dc1 just to keep this pawn guarded. Yes. Oh. Yeah.
It's a fantasy that one day my rook will be behind a pass pawn. But the problem is here it's behind the pawn, which is behind the pawn. It's like behind the coach, but the locomotive is still on a3, so it has to slowly move along. But maybe rook ac1 is fine.
Yeah, we
Rook
can have the
AC1.
board maybe. Yes.
But why did computer doesn't like it and
Rook
thinks white?
dc1.
Computer thinks white is better and.
This maybe this.
Yeah, that's why it wants to go rook ac1. So okay, now we understand knight d7 is a problem. So rook ac1, and computer thinks white is
Now
sort of
no knight
better.
d7.
Yeah, now no knight d7, knight d5, maybe bishop c5, and then rook takes c4 or something. Yeah, or even okay, it says rook takes c4.
Directly.
Yeah, because there's a back rank. So and it likes. Maybe we'll get 4 versus 3, but it'll be 5 versus 4.
Yes.
If it happens. Just to go back a second. So the thing is, how much of this do you think is Hari's preparation? Because it's a line he knows very well.
But the time, if we can zoom in once again to the clock and see. I think he's used a lot of time. 1 hour 7 minutes. I see. So maybe, but it could be right that he thought a lot. I mean, he was prepared.
Sure.
What do you think? Like he's prepared?
He could be prepared, but he remembers half the line but doesn't remember the rest. I mean, you can be prepared in all sorts of ways. Because bishop b7 rook, it's also possible that after rook a1 he's managed to work it out some rook ending which is drawn. That is also possible.
So that
4
might
versus
be
3,
his,
5 versus 4.
prep.
So he might know it. On the other hand, he might have neglected one detail here or there. So he's going to wing it and see.
Right. Okay.
By the way, Sagar, Gukesh made his move. So where did he take his knight?
Oh, he went knight f3. If we can go to Gukesh's board and have a look at it. So Gukesh played his knight back to not b3 but to f3. Yes.
Well, this was anything but knight b3 line.
Yes,
No? So
yes.
knight f3 was the other, so I can go knight g3 later.
This is starting to give this feel of a bit of Italian, no? Like knights
Yes.
coming there.
Everything ends up looking like an Italian. Even Rai Lopez has eventually become
Yeah.
Italians.
Yes.
Because that bishop is a bit confused, but
Correct.
it gets to c2.
Right.
And then it's home.
Also, anti-Berlin is nowadays
Yes.
getting into that territory if you don't take on c6. So
What is Pavel doing? Let's see.
let's have a look at Pavel's game. So after we looked till e5. Oh, he played bishop f4, e5. Vishy, in general, like in this next few minutes that you are here, if you have any one question at any point, which we can ask to our audience because they are sitting here, like a good move, would be great to maybe give them.
Okay, then I think it'll be easier to find it in Aronian
Yes.
Maghsoodloo.
Okay, so take b4 96, queen c1, castles 92, and this is the position right now. Eljanov has made a few moves which the engines are not very fond of, but do you think that black is very comfortable here?
Seems to be, no? Just look, knight is on e6, other knight is on f6. Even if the bishop goes to g6 and you play g4, actually then f4 square becomes very weak.
Right.
Rook a8, rook f8. I don't know what more you're supposed to do in chess to you just put all your pieces right where they belong. The only thing for Eljanov is he can play c5, knight c4, d6. But even c5, I'll
right.
play a5, I'll play b6, I'll undermine that pawn all the time. It's not worth very much, no?
Oh, that's interesting. Like
Yeah,
if
so I go, let's say rook a d8. If you go c5,
A5,
I could
yes.
go a5. I could go knight d5 also, attacking that b4 pawn. Because I'm
Right.
indirectly attacking the e2 pawn as well. So,
so it's not coming, this idea with knight c5, knight c4, knight d6.
I mean, Pavel has gotten a position, but he's not better, I think. He's-
Okay, going to the game of Levon and Maghsoodloo.
Ooh.
Oh my god. Wow, this is a fighting position for sure. If we can have Levon and Parham, I hope this. Yes, this is the position. Vishy, how do you assess such a position like quickly? Is it because the king is weak, but white's pieces are a little bit cramped? Black has more space.
What was the last move? He went bishop d3 with white.
Yeah, so we can just look at a few moves here.
Yeah.
So d6, e3, g5, bishop here, knight e4, queen c2, f5, and now knight d2. He takes here.
And he went king g7. Shows no hurry to play e5. And then after bishop d3, well, I want to play e5, except he wasn't interested last move. I don't know why he'll be interested now.
But
in
last move h6 was hanging, no?
Oh, because he had taken on g3. So
Yeah.
he had to pause for that. Okay, good. Then bishop d3. Now I can play e5. Yes.
Oh, but he played.
He went queen f6.
Oh, he played already.
Because I think he wants to keep that square for the knight. Knight d7.
You know, Vishy, there was this one crazy game you played with Magnus in Tata Steel with black. Something like this. He had h file open and.
Yeah, but that was a Ragozin. So my
But
pawn
it
was on
was
d5.
like
Yeah.
little similar. Very crazy.
But there the black pawn was on d5 and my other pawn was on c4.
Ah,
so
yeah, yeah. It was
dynamic a little bit.
right.
So he's gone queen f6. So here we're basically fighting for what? Squares. I don't know. F4 seems to suggest itself. Because then I can play king f2, rook h5, rook h1, for instance. And then the question is, can black play knight d7, move the queen and play knight f6? That could be one way to counter that.
And then take this square.
Yeah.
But f4.
Yeah, f4 is firstly such a tough move. I mean, the first thing you feel is that the king on g7, maybe long castle is what white consider. So f4 is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it's also a tricky question where to put the king for white, because definitely you don't want to short castle. Long castle also seems a little weird. But
On the other
f4.
hand, there's no problem with long castle because
The problem is I said it.
no, it's just that the king can be on f2, but it can also be on c1 because I still now can play rook h2, h1 or something. And the other idea is to play g4 as a sacrifice somewhere, bring the knight e4, g3. That could be another.
So you feel white has more possibilities?
I like white here.
Also time wise.
I don't like what Parham has done. So
where do you think he could have done better, like in general?
well, the plan I mentioned earlier, but okay, I'm a sort of a once I know the main line, then I just stop and say, well, why can't I just play the main line? But here I must admit that this one went off the rails very fast.
One of the most difficult things for Levon here is fighting jet lag. I think he's been here for 4 days, but he's still not into his Have you had a lot of problems facing jet lag, like when you played, let's say, in the US or in Canada and so on?
Okay, Levon is what? S- Yeah, St. Louis.
Hmm.
So that's still 2 hours earlier than San Francisco. When I went to the West Coast couple of times, it took me 3 days to get past this thing of waking up at sleeping, being unbelievably sleepy at 6 in the evening, waking up at 1, and then no matter what you do, I can't sleep beyond that. And then again being sleepy during the day, and you're just completely wrecked. But the last time I went, it was perfect. I went to sleep at 6 or 7 because I was very sleepy, and I thought that's it. Tomorrow I'll wake up at 1 o'clock, and then whole morning I'll be spinning around. Then looked at I woke up in the morning. I took my watch and looked at it. It
6
said
a.m.
6:30
Oh,
a.m.
Wow.
I was like, oh, I was so happy. A full night's sleep, and it was great. So it's a bit random, but at least I think for him this was part of his plan. That at least for Samarkand he won't be in some other universe.
yes, yes.
So he's got two tournaments
Right, right.
he's thinking of. But yeah,
But talking about Samarkand, we'll be seeing you there as the official commentator.
yes,
That will be great fun.
yes.
You are excited for World? I think first time you will be doing World Rapid and Blitz.
I'm sort of excited, and of course I'll be happy to be there. But on the other hand, it's a lot of games, and already I realized during the World Cup, you can be stuck there for a long time with if there are 30 or 40 games happening at the same time. Here, everything will be faster,
Yeah, yeah.
so that's a good thing. But well, you remember the tie breaks day in Baku,
Of whose?
just the tie break day.
Ah, it can
I
go
was doing
for
commentary in the second tie break, and we all agreed to go to the Indian embassy at
yes,
7,
yes.
and then at 9 I was able to message them saying I might be there at 9:30. So because there's one game that's going
Right,
on and on
right.
and on. But hopefully,
This
I
won't
don't think
happen
World Rapid this
in
is
the
what will happen.
world,
So
but it will be, as you said, lot of games, and which one to
yeah,
see?
which one to see is another thing. But it'll be fun. I think I basically am quite excited, and also I've not been to Samarkand before, and I was always thinking once I have to do Samarkand, and so it's nice you get a chance to do it like this.
But Vishy, do you enjoy commentating?
Yes. Um, it's nice. You get to watch, but at the same time keep speculating what happens. I think, I mean, I try to talk a little bit, but essentially I continue being a chess spectator.
Right.
So I'm following the game myself. So
Nice. And maybe someday, they'll like the spectators here. It's a nice thing. Generally, there are two types of. One is like commentary box is just closed. There are no one watching. Or what do you prefer? Like having people, or because in World Championship 2021 you did it that way with Anna Muzichuk. Like it was open. Anyone could join in.
And like in Jerusalem World Team Championship, then I was in the closed
Right,
area and so
right.
on. So it differs. I don't mind either. Um, sometimes when you have spectators, you can ask them a question or two and then
Yes.
back.
Yes.
So why don't we ask our spectators what they would play as white here? I mean, they already have two suggestions. Which one do they prefer? And they can maybe come up with some other moves.
Yeah. What do you guys think? What would you play as white? We have many strong players here. I can recognize a few faces here. We also have someone today as they fill the form where they have to come. I saw there were many 6-year-olds, 5-year-olds who are going to come. So maybe there's also a little girl there, 9-year-old.
Obviously, when you say there are a lot of strong players here, everyone is thinking, am I included or not? So
No, I must tell you, you did that to me once because
Oh.
we played a simul, like you played a simul. I was one of the players, and then at the end of this, I had lost. You had beaten all 20 of us, and then I was standing in the crowd, and you said, "Okay, that boy really played well." And you pointed, but actually it was Aditya Udeshi who was standing in front of me, and for brief 10 seconds, I felt so good, and then Aditya went up.
Oh.
Yeah, but any suggestions that you have? Rook B1. You mean this one, yes? Rook B1, yes. Would you like this move? Vishy, Rook B1?
I don't think it affects too much, but it gives black an extra move, and I don't see the point really.
Hmm.
You're
A4.
concentrating on the b7 pawn. Hmm. I did not consider it because I was so focused on getting my king out. So I wanted f4 king f2 or long castle. But rook b1, b6, a4. But I also think white's playing on too many wings, maybe. I don't know.
And I think black would be very happy if he gets this, right? Then already some stability.
Yes.
Okay, anyone else? Any suggestions here? Sorry? G4. 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 You had mentioned it briefly, like takes and
I
you
mean, I
fight.
just saw that I have knight e4 g3, and
Right,
I,
right.
I didn't do anything further. But wow.
Nice suggestion. Well, but G4 is like a Levon-like move. Yes, he might do it.
Yes.
Okay. So this one, let's see what happens. We quickly go to Gukesh. And we have some development here. Bishop c5, c3, knight f3, bishop e6, knight g3, and knight to d7.
For bishop e6, Arjun thought for 10 minutes almost.
Again, probably it's a question, should I bring the... where do I want the knight to go? He could have gone knight c6, c7, g6 like before.
Right.
But he decided he wanted it on d7, in which case it made sense to get the bishop first. I think the problem is this position is so unfamiliar. I mean, it doesn't look like a Sicilian at all, right? It looks like a Italian, as you mentioned.
Yes.
If at all anything, it looks like an Italian rather than a Sicilian.
Better version of Italian for black.
Yes, and so here I have no idea where the pieces belong. I mean, we say make natural moves, so we bring them out, but you may have just wanted them on different squares. So I think both players are happy. Gukesh needs activity.
Right.
So he's happy to play an original position, and Arjun needs it even more. So it is in luckily in neither of their interest to play some strong theoretical line. It is in both of their interest to mix it up.
Right.
But at the end of the day, one will be happy with this decision. But the point is they're both happy with having a new position to play and maybe getting some chances because they know both need to move quite fast.
True.
And I mean Gukesh because it's white and Arjun because he lost yesterday. So
yes.
I think they will provoke each other even more going along. So we'll see. That should be fun.
But Vishy, how important do you think in such events with 7 rounds is 4 whites or 3 whites? Because 3 players got 3 whites, 3 players got 4 whites. Would you say it becomes very important because it's only 7 rounds?
It also depends on your own your openings and your approach. Sometimes I enjoyed having more blacks because I thought I can provoke people more. And sometimes I thought I could put more pressure with white. So it goes in both directions. I don't think of Arjun as being particularly unhappy with an extra black.
Okay.
Because quite often in tournaments he has won, he like he did with Sevian in Grand Swiss. He can sometimes, he has very quirky openings with black and he can get the positions he wants.
Right.
In which case it's better to have black. I don't know with white if you had gotten so much.
Very interesting take.
Yeah.
And while Vishy drinks water, if there's anyone who has a suggestion here, because these are the positions which are not like tactical, there's no like one move per se which is better. But if you suggest, maybe you can learn a lot from that. So if you have any suggestions here, please go ahead. What would you play as white? Bishop c2. And why would you play that?
Because bishop b3 and after the exchange of the e6 bishop, with the f3 square and the d5 square.
Aha.
But will you follow up with knight h1?
Knight h1. Why?
Okay, no, I'm teasing you. Bishop c2, I go bishop c4. What do you play? Bishop c2, I go bishop c4. What do you play? And I go knight g4.
Oh, that's a knight.
So then, no, you can play knight h1 and then play h3 and come back, but it's a bit of a stretch. So when?
In initial position.
Initial. That is interesting. It looks like these knight offs, right? Where you play knight h4 to put knight f5, then black plays g6, and then you come back because you provoked some. You have now bishop h6, bishop g5. Interesting thought. Um,
Yeah, this looks
I don't know.
interesting.
To be honest, I'm also, because the position is so unfamiliar, I don't. How shall I put it? Once there was Aronian and me had a game in Calvia where the position was incredibly familiar to me, except instead of the knight being on f3, it was on g3, and I suddenly realized all my the motives with which I was familiar were not working. And it's like this. Suddenly the pieces are, they move from one square to some other square, and everything looks different. It's a point of 960 almost, no?
Right.
So
Right.
you get this thing.
But
Well,
you know,
interesting position. Bishop c2, at least let's complement the idea, because he can play bishop b3. So that is a good thing. The only problem is bishop c4, and then you have to decide if you're willing to move around. But
good suggestion there. Anyone else wants to try anything? I personally wish he would. From what we discussed, I want to go queen e2 and bishop e3 and trade this bishop. I don't know if that makes sense.
also a very reasonable plan, because I want to say maybe you consider rook d1 as well somewhere down the line. Queen e2 and maybe rook d1.
Yeah.
And it has the bonus idea that after queen e2, you're threatening bishop c4. So instead of coming to b3 to exchange that bishop, you're threatening it from here.
Hmm. Ah,
So
okay. Right.
couple
Interesting.
of couple of plans to play.
So maybe Gukesh. But knowing Gukesh, I think he'll go for the most complex ideas, like something which doesn't trade too
There's
much.
also knight g5.
Yeah,
We kind of.
But this one, like he would go. Sorry, bishop g4, right?
Then I have bishop e2.
And then trade.
So here we got the bishop exchange done in a different way.
Right.
I'm assuming that because of this d5 square, I have a small edge on the white squares, but on the light squares. But as I said, because the positions I'm familiar, all my evaluation functions are a bit haywire. So I don't exactly know how to evaluate this. Like even if the bishop was on e7, I'd recognize it as a knight off. Put the bishop on e7, put the pawn on a6, at least I know where we are. But you put it on c5, it's fascinating.
By the way, what has happened is Gukesh went rook e1, which I think is interesting.
I did not. This is the one more I didn't consider at all. Just to give you an idea how much your and I also don't understand why Arjun went rook e8.
Mm.
He could go queen b6. And if queen e2 or something, then I play a5 so that you don't have b4. And I would have thought that's kind of reasonable for white.
Right. Right. So rook e1 maybe.
Sorry, for black.
Yeah, for black. He was. I don't think he's thinking about bishop e3, right?
Has he
Trading.
played rook e1?
Yeah, yeah. Rook e1, rook e8, I think has happened. Yes, it's on the board.
Yeah.
So what
I
was
can't
that
see the rook on e1, but I can see it's not on f1.
Yes.
I mean, in this zoom. But suddenly I don't understand what they're thinking at all. Because I have no idea what that rook is doing on e8. I have no idea what this rook is doing on e1.
Maybe he wanted knight f8, knight g6.
That's his plan, maybe.
Perhaps, I don't know.
But
okay, but what if knight
I'm saying that
g4?
suddenly I have no idea what they're thinking. And you can see, you
Yeah.
think
Different, yeah.
all players basically work with the same ideas, but no. They have a plan. I have no clue what it is, because for me, another problem with rook e1 is exactly what I mentioned for bishop thing, that after knight g4, I have rook e2, but so here it's a better version. But rook e1, rook e8 is for me mystifying.
Right. Vishy, on that, like this sort of weird positions coming in, do you think that in February what Magnus is doing, this chess 960 event, and I think 8 players are going to play, that's going to be exciting, classical chess?
It's not new, is it? I mean, chess 960 has been around
But,
since Hanswalter was doing it in
right.
Mainz and so on. And recently, St. Louis organizes a lot of them.
Mm.
So 960 events have their charm. You get some very interesting positions. they're good to study because again the pieces are slightly shifted and you have to understand a new kind of chess almost.
You
But
like
it's
it?
not as extreme as not being able to castle.
Ah, right.
So
No castling, yes.
no castling.
Although you played really well in that
Well, I was
against
very
Vlad.
proud. I mean, getting a chance to play King E2 in the Berlin. I mean, that's just epic. You know, but D3, whatever. I think King E2.
Yes,
That was
yes.
just a great move. So
And also Kramnik had studied like chess 960 quite a lot. So in a way he was maybe a slight favorite, yes, with all the
yes. So what I did was, how do you get the chess 960 position?
knight f3, knight g1, knight c3.
Yes. So you move your knights, move the rooks back, move the knights back.
Right.
Do the same for black. So it's 8 moves. And then you get the 960 position for your computer to understand.
Hmm.
That it
No
understands
castling
immediately
thing,
that white can never castle. Or both sides cannot castle. And then you start analyzing from that. So I have a separate database where I've included these moves. And that's it. Now I can study 960 chess there. So I keep a separate database there because all the moves will not correspond well. So you cannot. He has played bishop e3?
Yeah, he played. We thought he wouldn't do it, but he played it. Bishop e3. And
But if black plays h6 here, what is white threatening? Is he going to play bishop takes c5 or what? Because I can believe play dc5 first of all.
DC.
I mean, your knight is on g3, so very far from the action.
Right.
So if I can play c4, I can play knight c5 also, no?
Yeah, maybe Gukesh is not.
And bishop c5, knight c5, is white even better? It's not.
Yeah.
I think both lines white is not better.
So h6 most likely Arjun might do.
I think h6 is a good move here.
Stopping knight g5. In general, okay. So this is what will happen. Let's see. We come back to it. Predke versus Hari. Oh, rook c1 happened.
Yes, and then what happened?
Oh no, this is the position.
Oh, the rest is our analysis.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Predke did play this rook to c1, not the other rook.
Very good. That was slightly more important as we realized.
Yeah, stopping knight
because
d7.
it stops knight d7.
And Hari now has you can't say tough task, but at least some work to do right here.
He has not equalized. He might be very, very close to it, but he has not equalized. And I think that's the conclusion to draw.
Right. And then going to Pavel versus Sjugirov. Oh, he didn't. He played a5 here.
Yeah. That is nice because after a3 he wants to do something dramatic.
Okay. Can we ask if it's dramatic? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Guys, what would be dramatic? Because I
have no idea there's something. I said maybe he will do
okay,
something dramatic. So Sagar assumed that I had seen something. In fact, I was just ad-libbing. But
but Vishy said go ahead. Okay.
Okay, my thing was once you have AB4, rook A1, queen A1 included in all possibilities, then something dramatic can happen on the other side.
Right.
And the thing is, black can choose when to do this exchange. So it hangs in the air, and therefore I got slightly carried away.
No, I mean
I don't know that there's anything dramatic. So
when you
my
said knight
disclaimer,
h1, there I was like, okay, maybe just a joke, but actually you saw 4 moves ahead already. So. Okay, so
suddenly I dislike white's position less because I think e3 and then knight e4 and maybe somewhere I'll get knight d6 or e3 knight b3. So I don't know how black should go about things. Maybe black should also do something like moving the knight on f6 and playing f5 or... Good question where? I can go to d7, I can go to e8, which looks very strange. But the idea is to play f5. And who knows?
Right. And now going to the most, I would say, oh my god, f4 did happen in that game and Parham
e5.
went e5. Okay, what would... Here, this is actually a good moment to ask the viewers. What would you guys do? And I think this would be a...
And I don't even know. I haven't even made a decision yet. So we can all do it together.
Yes. Let's go for it. Anyone who would like to decide what to do here as white? So many. Oh, Levon played it. He played his move.
Yeah, very quickly.
Vishy, you like this move?
It might be already curtains for Parham.
Really?
Yes. Suddenly it looks great. If you exchange, I just keep exchanging on f4 and then I castle long, and black is on collapse because rook h5, rook h1 is coming. The center blows up, and maybe it's just over.
Over.
Oh my god.
Whoa.
And the thing is, he's
Maybe. There's a. I always put a legal stop there so nobody can sue me afterwards. But it could be over.
But it looks so anti-intuitive, right? When your king is in the center, you are opening it up. But I
But
think
but you're one more away from running away.
right,
So
right. And now Parham, actually, if he takes here, he's just busted.
no, that is resigns. Yeah,
That's
because you're doing it with the tension still there.
Right.
But let's say you take twice on f4. I castle long. Let's try knight d7.
Okay.
If I play ef5, you go knight e5. And now if you go knight e4, I can play knight...
Knight d3 and queen f.
Queen.
No.
No, can I go knight d3 and queen e5? Then you'll go f6. Yeah, so I can't do that. I can play queen f5, but then you play knight takes d6.
Take and take on d.
Maybe knight d3, queen d3, queen d3, rook d3. Should be unpleasant.
Parham should be happy, to reach here.
Maybe that's already something he can be happy with.
Oh, but Levon, look, has gone long. So ef4 happened, and Levon didn't take back. He just long castled.
Param has 40 minutes.
Yeah, and Levon has 1 hour 15 minutes.
Okay, tell me what's the difference if I go knight d7. Let's see.
So the question is, what would happen with?
What's the difference by not including gf? So if I go knight d7, you can play gf, and we are back in the line that we were looking at.
Right.
But maybe white has even more by not taking.
Oh, ef, knight e5, and then g4, right? No, maybe not.
Oh, that
because
is
knight g4.
knight g4, knight e4, queen e5 because f6 is defended. But otherwise, it was a good thought. Say ef5, knight e5, g4, and knight g4. And the problem is knight e4, queen moves, e5, let's say. And then you don't have f6 check because knight takes f6.
Oh.
So
when actually there's a very nice way to look, like we see 1 or 2 moves ahead and Vishy's seen like 6 moves ahead. So this is amazing. So ef, knight e5.
I don't see the difference too much. I think Parham has no real choice. He has to play knight d7, knight e5. Because
Right.
otherwise, if everything blows up and I play rook d1 before you can do anything, then suddenly rook e6, rook e7, all that is coming.
Right, right.
So you have to get.
So
that
you
knight
have to
out,
get
yeah.
the knight. But this looks pretty okay, right? To get the knight here and then.
It suddenly my optimism for white was tempered. In the sense that I thought white might be much better, and suddenly I think it might be a small edge somewhere. So who knows?
So was long castle a little bit early?
I don't think so. You cannot make any progress without getting your king out of the way. So f4 and e4 would have been very bad in no castling.
No, but you could put now not king on it. Like you were saying that king f2.
King
was,
f2, but then
but
you
with the
wouldn't be
pawn already.
accompanied with e4. e4 and saying, come and get me, that's a bit much.
Right. So here, I think fighting position. Yes.
Yes.
Anything can happen here, and
In terms of excitement, that would be the most exciting game.
Yes, today.
Yeah.
queen d2.
More and more, I think if black plays rook a d8 and somewhere d5, white may be okay, but he might also be worse because the queen is facing that rook after rook a d8. Maybe it would have been better to go queen c2 or something, I don't know.
Sorry. But Arjun is not being tempted to play a6, this Sicilian move. Yeah, he's like not needed in
Yes.
this. Just keeping it.
He
So
might still play it.
and also he hasn't gone h6. But now maybe Gukesh is threatening knight g5, right? Or not?
Why was he not threatening it to the previous move?
Because bishop g4 was at least coming with a tempo. I don't know, like on the queen.
And if I go queen b3
Attacking here.
and then h3, But it's true. You'll take on e3 and you have intermezzo knight c5.
So here
h3, bishop
h3.
e3, and then you have knight c5 first and bishop escapes. So that doesn't work.
Ah. So Vishy, just a roundup before
Yeah.
we let you go. So Gukesh, Arjun, Queen D2, you're feeling very comfortable for Arjun, yes? Or equalish?
White hasn't really been playing for an opening advantage. He's just getting a position. And I mean, the critical line would have been e5 in the opening. So
Here, right.
right at the very beginning. Yeah.
Instead of bishop D3.
And this is a bit random. I think black is very comfortable.
Okay. So this one, black is doing well. Hari versus Predke. You think Predke is will have more because Hari is given up this pawn now on
Yes.
c7.
It's basically a free roll for Predke. I don't know how big the advantage is, but he'll get to press. He'll have an extra pawn in some rook ending maybe, and then we'll see.
Okay.
So I think that's all you can say.
Closer to this ending in a draw, you would say, then Hari in trouble right now.
It's a free roll for white. It might tend to a draw, but white gets to press.
Okay.
With no risk. So
here, this is the slowest moving game. Sjugirov and Eljanov. I think they are just played okay. A5 here, around equal.
A3, and I still don't know for whom this was better, more important. But anyway.
Right.
So
and of course the
yeah,
exciting
I
game.
think black has to be playing knight d7, knight e5 to have to stay in the game, but I don't know. I think initially we got very excited with this e4, but it's not that good as it looked. So
well, Vishy, it was amazing having you spending time here. So enjoyable, and we thank you so much for coming. You made made the first move here. You also came and spent so much time. You're also going to spend a bit of time in the media room. So very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Sagar, you were going to welcome him with a vanakkam, but you
Oh
forgot.
yeah, I forgot. Amruta told yesterday a word. Sari. I said it's Sari, but turns out she was right. It's called Sari. Okay.
okay.
So clearly our Tamil has to be improved a lot. But Vishy, thank you for coming in. See you.
Thank you.
Yes, let's have an applause for Vishy here. Bye, Vishy. Yeah, very good. And see what is happening. Yeah, can we look at Vishy? I think he was going into the media room. Our camera. Let's see if the gimbal is able to follow him. But Amruta, how was it for you having the 5-time world champion here talking about the games?
It's always a privilege. It's so wonderful to hear his thoughts and his speed at which he calculates. Like, if he will tell us 6th, 7th move in a fraction of second, he sees that, and we like you think they're jokes, but they are the truth, Sagar.
No, it was amazing. This knight h1 thing which happened with you, it was really amazing.
Because you laughed, I trusted you. I said, okay, it has to be a joke. But there was a deep point, a factual point there.
True,
so that
true.
Was really a highlight.
There we have some
nice.
footage. Vishy going in to the media room there, and lot of media people have come in to speak with him, to ask him questions, and I think that's very nice of Vishy to spend some time there. So maybe we can put the chair a little bit. Thank you. Okay, so let's have a look, Amruta. Here we were looking at knight d7, and you know what is a very nice thing today? Uh, 15 minutes later or so, like half 30 minutes later, we'll have Anish joining us.
Oh, 15
So
minutes later, but generally is very, very punctual.
yeah, he'll be joining us, and also Sopiko will be joining us. I don't know who will
Ah,
come first, whether it'll be Anish or Sopiko, but I think all the viewers here as well as back
yeah.
home will have this high level of uh, chess knowledge flowing, because of course Anish is one of the best in the world.
And one time, maybe we can ask them, guys, you manage one time where you both will be together.
Ah, you
So we
mean
can have a
Anish and
couple's
Sopiko
date.
both on one frame and their three kids.
Oh, that could be another interesting thing. Are you going to make them commentate too?
Oh, you mean all three, all five of them? So that I don't think is going to happen. That would be a bit too much. But I think Parham really has to go knight d7. But Amruta, he's been thinking here. Oh, he played it. He played it already. So Aronian is thinking, if we can have that view again of Aronian, there uh, knight d7 is on the board, and Aronian is now trying to figure out what is the way. And this is the thing about Parham, he just makes the position so messy, but it's double edged and anything can happen.
Yeah, and Aronian also loves such artistic plays there, finding creative ways to, especially when the opponent's king is weak. So I feel, what Parham's style, as a defender, what would you say about that?
As a defender, I think he's not the most staunch defender in the world of chess, but when it comes to aggressive play, I think there are very few who can match him, like at least this kind of pushing always. And even now, if you think about it, Amruta, there were a lot of players in the 27-40 range, right? Like Parham, there was Vincent Keimer, and so
Right.
on. And we had invited several of them to come to this event. But Parham was the one who said, I really want to come and play, because he thinks he still has a chance to get that rating spot in the candidates.
Oh,
While for
yes.
many others, it was like, okay, getting
Ready for
17, 18
World
points.
Rapid and all
Yeah,
that.
it's not easy to think you can make 17, 18 ELO points in one event.
Hmm.
But I'm sure that Parham even thinks right now that he can win 5 out of 6 games.
Oh, he's always very, very optimistic,
Yeah.
very positive, always smiling and laughing. So very jolly person. I mean, for chess. That
Yeah,
way. Even
yeah.
when he loses, he's generally very, smiling.
Very optimistic. This
Yes.
is actually a very important thing, and I think what you are in your life often shows on the chessboard. I said about this yesterday, right? That Parham had this issue of his visa, and we had to do it, and Parham was like, "Oh, it will be done. Don't worry." And I was like,
It's like somebody says, "Oh, my visa is not done, not done, not done," and he's
Yeah.
like, "My visa will be done."
Exactly, he
that
was
kind
so
of a
relaxed.
reaction. I think we all need to learn from him for sure.
Absolutely. So that is something worth learning from Parham, both on the board and off the board. Very optimistic. But what would you play here, Amruta, with black now? Because again, what Levon has done is taken away the e5 square from the knight, which could jump there.
So the very first question is, if G takes F4, I think that is what
Yeah.
was being analyzed, right?
I mean, taking
And
here makes a lot of sense.
because you want the knight on E5.
Yes, absolutely. And then what would Levon do here is a question. I think he might get his rook to the f file, trying to attack,
Yeah.
and then you jump with your knight.
Tell me, just before rook F1, if we go back a moment, G4 would be a mistake, right? Because after
G4.
G3 there is F4. Like, I'm just
But
trying to
Amruta,
break
what
open.
about this? It's like, yes, you have opened up the position, but now the
And
pawns are...
E5, and you remember Tal suddenly,
Ah.
that kind of a thing.
Wow.
But no, but only problem is it's not a wow. Okay.
It's a good idea to open up the position, but then you need to mate him now. And I don't see any way of doing that.
Okay, doesn't work. I do
Yeah,
get it.
but that's a very interesting concept. Okay, maybe if Parham is not careful, White does have G4 on the mind.
Right.
Here.
That's why GF4 you're suggesting is very
think so.
important here. What else if it doesn't go for GF4? Is there anything
Oh,
else?
there is this takes. That's why Parham is thinking, and this looks like a terrible move. because the knight comes in and attacks the queen. But let's ask the audience here, what would black play here? Exactly, it's falling with a check here. We have a very strong audience here, so Amruta, we can't ask simple questions. You're like, whoa, what is this? Okay, king b1, and then maybe just knight e5. It looks very scary because rook could come on f1, but for now, let's say if you put your rook here, the queen somehow is in the zone.
But actually, I would really be calculating this on the board because it feels like rook takes f8, king takes f8. You have to take. I don't have time to take on h6 because d3 is hanging.
Exactly.
Yet I will give it a thought and then discard it because d6 is hanging in there. Rook f1 check. But you are right. The queen on e3 counterattacks and helps black.
Right.
White has very less time. And now very less pieces.
Parham is actually hanging on by in every position by one move, I feel. Like black's position is that critical. So, but if he finds finding those moves don't look that tough somehow.
Right.
Because it's like either you take here or here. What else do you do? You're not going to play a move like rook b8. That's just senseless on that side of the board because all the action is happening here. So that's what is going to happen.
What is very interesting is, in spite of his loss yesterday, which was the first game, today he's not going for anything safe or something.
No, he can't go for... If he wanted safety first approach, this is not the tournament he had to play.
Yeah, that's
here,
true.
He's come for the kill.
Yes, exactly. As we were talking about, this tournament might have the most decisive games for the kind of, number
for classical
of rounds
chess.
and for classical chess.
Could be. But let's look at Gukesh versus Arjun, the big Indian clash there. And I'm actually very excited because right now the bar is right at the center, showing that both are equal.
And time also.
Also time-wise, both are equal. But let's ask our viewers here, who are they rooting for? Let's try to see, we have a live audience. How many people rooting here for Gukesh? Because local boy here. Okay. And how many for Arjun? Okay, I think it's around 70-30 in the favor of Gukesh.
But that's in Chennai because this is Chennai. But that is amazing. By the way, now this is a Maroczy-bind structure we are having on the board, Sagar.
Right. And maybe the d4 square is weak, but the knights cannot reach there easily. So the question does remain. Also, white would love if a knight could somehow magically reach that square.
No, I don't think you need any magic. You just need to be a little bit more alert and find a path.
You mean knight e2, come here.
Was that magic?
Could be that knight e2, c3, d5 might happen here. But Arjun, it's black to move for the time being, and Arjun is thinking about what to do. As we all know, Arjun did lose his first game to Harikrishna, so this game really means a lot to him. And he has to deliver. But as Vishy said, he was very happy with Arjun's position. Like opening, everything was fine. He played well. So we'll come back to it and wait for what Arjun would do. Because there are many options. He can play
rook c8 is the most natural one you will consider. And for rook c8, Sagar, I had a question. You do have a threat, right? Bishop takes e3, queen takes e3. If bishop c4, rook c1.
Then you pin it, right?
No, there is no threat. Actually, there is no threat.
Yeah, there is no threat here. So, for example, if I go h3 and you take, there is rook a c1, b5, and there is b3.
This was the question we could have asked the live audience.
No,
maybe that's still too
Come
easy.
On. You are in Chennai. So, strong players here. Oh, look at Arjun's next move. I guess they have not seen it. It's a very weird move he's played with black. Can you guess it? Very, very weird. And there we have the arbiter on our screen. He's the live games arbiter, Arasu. Now they could see the move.
And what's the move? Oh, yeah.
Knight to b8.
The magic which you were talking about for the white knight, the black knight says, wait, let me be magical.
I want the d4 square, says Arjun. I need that. And that is where he has moved his knight back, even ready to lose a tempo, to to come to c6 and d4 because Gukesh's last move did weaken this square.
But immediately, like as soon as he left the control of d4 square, black knight was alert.
Yes. And that means we have to see if Gukesh can take advantage of the time which he has got, that Arjun has played knight b8, because if he doesn't take advantage now, then it's knight c6, knight d4 does look pretty good.
So my first question, Sagar, over here, maybe also the audience can try to think.
Yeah.
But for a moment, the black knight has gone passive for a moment. Is there anything we can do which is like b4?
Oh, b4. Wow. Hitting here. So clearly I will take. You'll take with the queen.
Okay.
And then I jump. Sorry? Oh, now
No, but
our friend here who's very strong says that now you no longer have b3 ideas.
nice.
Oh, that's a very, very good.
But what if rook c1,
Rook
b5,
c1, b5.
and knight d2? I might. And your 8 is a little bit. You be a little careful.
Dangerous, dangerous.
Yes.
Let's not go here. I think maybe Gukesh is waiting for such things to happen here to checkmate you on h7. So now you take on d3, but then the problem is I take here. This is hanging, this is hanging, this is hanging. It's a bit too much.
This is actually using the knight b8 move very well for white.
Exactly. Once you play knight b8, you can't be very ambitious and try to win pawns. I think then you have to be a little bit careful, respect. Don't take this. Play knight c6. Why not?
But what if it developed the knight? Is there a problem?
No,
Knight
it's
c6.
good. It's good. Knight c6, and I think black's position is fine. Or we can even fight further for the square with a5. Because if he plays b5, suddenly the knight will say, I changed my mind, now no longer this, but I come back and go here.
Right.
So it's all about fighting for different squares here, and Gukesh and Arjun are involved in this sort of positional battle between each other. Let's see where this heads to, because now Gukesh is the one burning his time. He's down to 45 minutes, and remember, he just played 15 moves. He spent 45 minutes for 15 moves.
Yeah, so maybe he'll have to think whether forcing b4 or anything like rook a c1.
Yeah.
Then the problem is knight c6. It's like not just knight d4, but you are threatening bishop b4, winning an exchange.
Oh, that's a nice, well
So-
spotted, Amruta. That was very quick.
I think I slept well then.
Yes, a3, and then the knight jumps in, perhaps. But still, it's not so clear like such a position. I think white should be doing pretty okay. So, yes.
He takes d4. Okay.
Yeah, I think white is doing well here.
Mm.
Okay, we'll wait for what Gukesh comes up with. Let's go to Predke versus Harikrishna. And Predke did go and snatch this pawn on c7, and Harikrishna entered and said, I'm attacking both your pawns on a2 and e2.
So we have a double attack there.
Then he attacked here, and then he defended, I mean himself, and king f1 defending this pawn.
Rook e8. Very surprising. I mean, when you have so many open files, you choose to go rook to e8.
Yeah,
He has something in mind for sure.
why not rook a8, right?
Yeah,
That
that's
looked
the
more-
first thought. Or even rook c8, for that matter, defending c4.
Yeah,
So-
I'm a
so
bit
wha-
confused. Why rook e8?
Let's see. Let's understand. King f1.
Yeah, maybe we take this pawn, and then I take this pawn, and this is very serious advantage. I mean,
Yeah.
Vishy was talking about 4 versus 5 positions, but here you have the bishop, which is a nice piece against a knight, and you also have the a pawn, which is very, very well protected.
Yeah, the rook pawn against the knight. Very irritating. Psychologically, it's very irritating.
I have a feeling, Amruta, this tournament is going to be such a your favorite word, bloodbath, because first Hari beats Arjun, and I think today Hari in trouble against Alexander. Then tomorrow Alexander might be in trouble with someone,
Oh.
So it's all very, very evenly matched players here.
But, if this endgame, Hari can actually, now that we understand it's a little bit tough to
Yeah.
defend this. And if Hari can defend this, that means he is in amazing form.
Yeah, and also he's a good endgame player. We all
Yeah.
know that.
Yeah.
So we will
But
still.
just Actually, the end game is very hard to
Very
defend.
tough.
Very, very,
Very
hard.
tough.
How much ever you're good at that.
Exactly. Exactly. So let's go quickly and see the game of Eljanov versus Sanan. And as Vishy said, he was not very impressed with this move a5 happening here. Attacking this pawn because a3, take, rook takes, queen b6, attacking this pawn on b4. Queen came up and now rook took the open file. I don't know who's doing well here. But if white gets this plan rolling, c5 and knight c4.
Yeah, why not now? 1 second, that's the question. If you go c5, right? It's a blunder.
Let's ask our chat. Is this a mistake?
We should have. How many people think it is a mistake?
Yeah, white to play. Knight c4, yeah. And this move attacks the queen, defends here, and threatens to take the knight. But then black can still continue. What's the only move? What is your strength, my friend? 1-4-2-1. What's your name? Sai Abhinav. Oh, he's very strong. He sees queen a6, counter attacking the knight. And if you take here, then take here.
Nice.
I mean, the line could go on.
Yeah.
But yeah, right now I think Eljanov might just go e3 and just play it. He yesterday did beat Maghsoodloo, and he is slightly better here in this position with this space.
And what is the time scenario there?
39 minutes for Pavel, 53 for Sanan. That's the time situation. And going to the most exciting game.
Oh, what happened?
Oh,
Levon.
no,
we can't
Levon-
move even one move here.
Oh, it
We
has
can't miss.
happened. It has happened. He took on e4 first here, knight e4, and now queen f4 with a check has occurred.
But then you were looking at queen e3, where black was getting a
No, first
decent
a check.
position after
Yeah,
check.
yeah,
I mean,
king b1.
I'm not gonna make an illegal move, Sagar. Like with it.
Yeah, we would have loved to have him here, playing here in India. But of course, he is in great form. He's on fire. Vidit Gujarati. He won Kashimo Memorial.
Yes.
And he is going to play the World Rapid and Blitz. And who knows, maybe he wins that. So right now, king b1. I don't know if Levon played that move already. Yeah, he played it. King b1 is on the board. So the question is, what is Parham going to play now? Oh no, he's also played his move. Knight e5 is also on the board.
But Sagar, look at the time difference.
Yeah,
And when you have exposed king
right.
and less time,
Yeah,
it is double dangerous.
very dangerous. Very dangerous. But Amruta, Parham, you see him? Do you see any signs of a man who is feeling stressed? So relaxed. Just sitting there calmly.
Yeah.
And that's the point. I am sure Levon feels it, that this is his moment. He has all his pieces in the game. The bishop is not developed. The rook is out of play. But when you start calculating, unfortunately, he doesn't have a killer blow here. Because this square is an irritating one. The queen gets here and starts attacking the bishop.
But another threat is that bishop is going to develop to f5.
Hmm.
And that diagonal, because you're
You mean the black bishop. Yes, coming out on f5. True.
Yes.
I love this angle, by the way. It just shows the entire tension in the room, the way in which the players are sitting. It's just brilliant. And Levon is trying to make his way, trying to calculate stuff here. And we'll come back. I think his most likely move is to put one of the rooks on f1 to attack the queen. That's what he's going to do. Maybe
No,
we
but
can
that
ask
is
our
allowing
viewers.
queen. Maybe we can ask. Yeah.
Yeah, is there any
Few
smart
possibilities.
possibility that you see here for white? Can white do
Or
something?
random suggestions.
Because, Amruta, there is a possibility to chop that pawn off on d6. You know, it's a free pawn. Because here comes the very tough
No, we don't have
calculation.
the board
Yeah,
here.
let's
Maybe
have
we
the
can
board.
have the board as well on the full screen later, so
Yeah.
that sometimes we will be shifting.
Right. So while the board comes back, let's have a look at the time. 1 hour 3 minutes for Levon and 27 minutes for Parham. I must tell our viewers that Levon has this amazing record for himself of having won 2 World Cups. His highest elo is 2830. Amruta, that is fourth highest ever in the history of chess.
And
Like
who were the top three, Sagar?
Magnus,
Mhm.
Kasparov, and maybe we ask the viewers who's the third one. Caruana, yes. Caruana. Oh my god, look at that. Who we have on our screen. The one and only AG is here.
Oh, I'm looking here in the hall. Who did enter? I never realized.
Yeah, Anish, we were like
guys. Hello.
expecting
How
you
are you?
to come here, like come into this room somehow. Okay, like,
No, it was very confusing because you asked who is the third one, and at that moment I appeared. It was very misleading. I was not really the third one, unfortunately.
yeah, but of course, Anish, thank you so much joining us here, and one of the best players in the world. Anish, were you following the games today?
Yes, of course. I had to listen to Vishy Anand's wisdom, so I never skipped that opportunity. No, I definitely followed.
I think here you guys cannot hear Anish, yes? Ah, so maybe if that can be fixed.
Yeah,
if,
it's very
if,
unfair that we both are laughing and they have
Yeah.
to they can't hear Anish's
But of course,
jokes.
you will be able to hear when you go back home and watch the stream. But yes, this will be fixed in a bit, I'm sure. But Anish, how did you enjoy this session with Vishy? And I mean, were you watching it?
Yes, for sure. For sure. I think Vishy is the case of the amount of wisdom per word. That ratio is extremely high. Extremely high. There's no, he's able to put very, very deep and smart thoughts into very few words. That's a remarkable skill.
Absolutely, yeah. This we also learnt a lot, but I'm very excited that you are here. Anish, what are your thoughts on this position that's on the board? And maybe while Anish tells that, if we can ask Parth, director sub, if someone can come and fix the sound here so that they can hear Anish, that would be wonderful.
Anish का आवाज थोड़ा कम कर सकते हैं.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was a very, very interesting game. I understand Vishy, when he saw f4, e4, he sort of got overexcited on White's behalf. I completely understand that. He said at that point, I believe, that like maybe White is crashing, right?
Right.
More or less what he
Right.
said.
Right.
And I think the reason he felt that is because this action is happening while the knight is still on b8 and the bishop is on c8 and the rook is on a8. So black's pieces are on the queen side, very far from the action. And White's pieces are kind of all facing the king side. And White is just one move away from safety with the king. I also felt like this position is amazing. But it seems that black was in time to get the knight from b8 to e5. And I think that's like a massive achievement for black. I think once the knight from b8 reaches e5, you feel already much more comfortable with black. You know that the king cannot be too bad. Because that's really the key, that you're getting development in. The e5 square is fantastic for the knight. And okay, now Parham is feeling a lot more confident, but still, of course, it all took a lot of time. And in the meantime, the d6 pawn is kind of falling, I guess. I mean, I was thinking rook. I think I thought hf1 maybe, because then I protect the d3 bishop. Then queen to e3, right, is the only sensible square, I guess. Or am I?
Yeah.
Maybe not. Yeah.
No, this.
The logical square. By the way, I can repeat once right after queen e3. I can go rook f1.
Ah.
You have to go back.
And then go back.
Yeah, and I got an extra rook e1 move. But okay, it probably doesn't bring me much. So rook f1, queen e3, I thought. Now you can kind of pick up the d6 pawn after rook f1, queen e3.
You mean
but
rook,
then,
queen e3 and then take this?
Yeah, let's say we take on f8.
Oh my god, this is looking very sharp. And what about the d3 hanging? Like if we take
bishop. Yeah, no, that's why we take on f8 first.
Probably. Ah, we take here. Okay.
Also, king on f8 doesn't look great.
Yeah.
But maybe then some bishop g4. I mean, black is coming out with tempo.
You mean here somewhere, yes? Yeah, it seems like
Yeah, knight d6. I thought.
so. Take,
F6,
take,
king
knight
F6.
d6, and then bishop g. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I thought bishop
Okay.
g4. I guess I don't know.
Aha. Aha.
And once the pieces are out, you know, the king is kind of safe because white only has light square control, and black king is kind of all the pieces are on the dark squares.
Right. So,
It's sort of okay.
so you think that Parham is out of danger? Yes, here. Sort of. It's very, very concrete.
Seems that way.
Mm.
I wouldn't be shocked even if Levon spends a lot of time and ends up maybe repeating the moves.
Right.
How does he repeat? Rook F1, Rook E3, yeah? Rook E1.
Oh, this way. Repeat. Yeah, this way. This way.
I mean that's a danger for Levon to because if he doesn't see the follow up, he might just think that you know something went wrong, and yeah, I was also watching the game. I watched it on some broadcasting website where there was some kibitzing engine, and I think it pointed out that after f4 e4, so after e takes f4, it was a critical moment.
Here.
So yeah, in this moment, I mean, the long castle is super tempting after ef, but that engine pointed out short castle actually, surprisingly.
Yes, yes,
What?
yes.
And the thing is that you get the rook to f1.
Oh man, amazing.
Some okay, but fg3, of course, he thought, you know, fg3, g4, queen h4 is a little bit of a danger. I guess that's what he saw. G4. Oh, rook f4 maybe, and knight f3, but then queen h5. What did he see here?
Oh, but Anish, this refutation is just crazy. Yes, this one. I mean, it looks so tough. Because as you rightly pointed out,
Let
the
me think,
queen
let me
is
think.
coming here and mating.
Oh, knight f1. I want to have knight f1. Yeah, maybe.
Ah, you mean
Somewhere.
rook f4, queen h4, and then knight f1. Ah,
Yeah, but
yes.
it's a little bit. I can also go knight e4.
94, yes, queen h4.
So f6. What do you do? Yeah, I can
Yes.
sack maybe now. Yeah, and queen d2 or something.
Absolutely. Take,
Yeah.
take.
But it's not obvious at all. I mean, rook e1 maybe. I don't know. Okay, it's just queen h4.
Yeah. But this shows like a huge advantage for white somehow.
Yeah, not obvious at all. To be very honest.
It's psychologically
You don't have a check,
impossible,
right?
no,
So you
that
are
you
sort of-
don't consider short castle at all in such a kind of position, unless you're solving it
Well,
from.
he saw this line. I think he saw this line. I think he stopped after g4 queen h4, and I think he sort of saw fg ef g4. He saw queen h4 coming, and he just didn't like it. I suspect. Because I mean, this piece sack. If you tell me that it's winning, okay, maybe I will believe you. But it's very abstract. Yeah, it's very long term kind of.
True, true.
No, it's very hard to see. So, and he didn't play gf4, I think, at that moment, because I think after instead of long castle, I think he didn't like not the line that you were talking about, because then he would have included gf. But I think he didn't like no, instead of long castle, if white goes gf4.
Here.
Well, actually, gf would transpose to the game, but I think he didn't like fe4 and queen f4.
And this.
Yeah, and then there is that's why he didn't go gf. I think rook f1, queen e3 check. I think it's okay. So that's why he went long castle. But yeah, the knight coming to e5, that's the key. Yeah, that's the key. So takes fe actually, even fe.
Yeah, this is actually.
That's the thing. So if gf, you don't have that opportunity. That's what you were looking at.
Right, right. But here, Anish, it seems like Levon is feeling a bit. If you look at the video, he doesn't feel that confident anymore, like or body language. He does. He
Yeah, I
does
think
look.
he sees the move repetition. And,
He might go for a draw.
No, but what is the point of going for a draw? I mean,
he might, because not losing is the only point.
But if what would be suppose no draw?
The only point to go for draw in chess. Yeah, if there is no draw, then different story. It's sometimes you can tell yourself, yeah, that what if there was no draw? But yeah, this. I mean, at this point, it's very, very concrete. Yeah, like it's clarified the situation. Like
Yeah.
it's just calculation. There, everything is out. There's nothing. It's not like I will play and see. Like okay, what do you play? So
Right.
if you don't make the draw, give me the move. So show me the line. What do you play?
I would say knight d6 has to be worked out as well.
Show me the line.
Knight d3, yes. So that now this is hanging. So you have to take on c8. And now this is complicated because so many things can happen here. Knight f2. I can take on c8. I can take on. Yeah, Anish. I think you hung up a bit.
Yeah. I'm sometimes hanging a little bit. It is not just my slow brain, but also the internet connection I have a little bit sometimes. So I'm slightly getting some freezing. But it's good in this position to freeze a bit and to think more instead of talking, maybe.
Right. That gives our viewers.
But I think
here
black has.
also
I mean,
time.
here black has many options. You know, black has many options here, and I think we even passed that moment because he already had the rook on f1, so we can no longer get this. Yeah, no, he's repeating moves. He's repeating once. Let's see after queen f4 if he has options.
Maybe Anish, if you don't mind reconnecting to that call, that might solve that problem of some delay.
Let's try.
Okay, so rook. Oh, they have repeated already once, or has
No,
Levon gone
once,
directly rook
once.
h1? No. Okay, they have repeated once. Okay, so take king b1, knight e5, rook h f1.
No, but it's not. It happened.
It's happened.
It's happened.
Look,
Okay,
rook on
okay,
e1.
okay. Yes.
Oh
No,
no!
he
wants
doesn't
to
repeat.
play. He wants
We
to
want
play.
Anish. We want Anish.
G3. G3
Nice.
has been played.
Nice. Yeah, g3. Yes, I was thinking about this move as well. g3 is nice. Yeah.
Fighting.
So that means he doesn't believe he's
Yeah.
losing. He can lose, or he can get into trouble as of now.
Yeah, so the reason you don't repeat, by the way, is because you want to win. That's the logic. And the reason you do is you don't want to lose. So that's the trick. He wants to win. That's clear.
Anish, this is a great next chessable course for you to just make like basics to explain why you do things in life, like something like that.
That's very important. Yes, you marry because you don't want to be single.
You play chess because
You don't want to work.
okay. So G3 here.
Yeah, but I like very much. Queen doesn't have a good square now.
Mm.
Maybe g4. No good square for the queen.
Yeah, what if
Why not
queen
G4?
g4? What happens there?
Yeah, g4 maybe, that's the square. Yeah. What if now knight d6? Queen is a little bit odd on g4, you know, it's a little bit... knight d3, I guess knight is kind of hanging.
Yeah. Oh, rook e7 looks dangerous.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Oh my
doesn't guess
god.
knight d3 at all.
Oh my god.
One second. Is it
okay,
over?
king f6 is too brave, yeah?
No, this is going to end very badly.
Yeah, you can feel it.
Yeah.
You can feel it. It should end badly.
It should. You are a piece down, but the king is just too exposed. And maybe we can calculate this out, but Anish, you are already feeling that this is really dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, but white has options, even some rook c7 kind of moves, how black will defend the knight, so too dangerous.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go back and try to think after knight d6, what would you play here with black? That is a very important moment now. Because if you don't find the best move here, you might lose. Maybe we also ask our viewers here. Anish, if you have any questions, you know, there are many people who are here watching, and so they can always solve.
So I should have questions to the viewers. It's the way around than usual, yeah?
Like I ask you, yes, that's how. You can, you can of course ask the questions.
They can hear you, by the way. Yeah.
Yeah, they can hear you.
No, it was interesting. I saw many asked questions to Vishy. Some good suggestions were there.
Right.
So it looks like you got some strong...
Yes.
It is Chennai.
Chennai people are very strong chess players, 30 GMs. But yes, there are strong players here. Maybe the internet is not that strong, Anish, here. Perhaps that's why it's getting a bit patchy.
Yeah, I don't know. It's on your side or on my side. There is small delay there for sure.
Ah, so whenever I say something, that's why you have to wait, right? A bit.
Probably. No, maybe the way around. Maybe I
That,
should, no,
was
maybe
that
you have to
planned?
wait.
Was that planned?
No, he had to wait. He didn't say anything.
No, but I know that he did it on purpose. You know, Anish,
No,
come
no.
on.
Now Anish will not respond back at all. He'll be like, oh, internet issue. Won't reply to our questions.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Yeah,
but that
nice.
looks so freezed up.
I think a lot of
it's
memes
not so
coming
bad.
here.
But it's not very good either.
Wow. New talent discovered, unlocked of Anish. How to act when the internet is slow. But Anish, going to the big matchup today. Gukesh versus Arjun.
Wow, a lot happened. A lot has happened.
We can just go through the last few moves because knight b8 was played by Arjun. Gukesh did go h3, knight c6, rook d1, take, queen takes, knight b4, b3, rook d8, and now takes, h6, and we reach here. What do you feel, Anish? I feel
Yeah, I
white
think it's
has
clarified
improved.
to like a sad position for black.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's very sad for black. I think I mean, can we go back? It's the black played very inconsistent at some point. Very inconsistent.
Can we have the
Starting
camera?
from a few moves earlier. Let's go back. So why is the pawn a6? Why did the knight make? Or why is the rook on e8? I mean, these moves they didn't contribute at all.
Right.
He wasted a lot of. He had a very comfortable position, and he wasted a lot of time, and basically getting a little bit outplayed. And now he got some sort of a standard position, which is slightly worse.
But where did he go
He has to
wrong? Knight
break with a
b8
b5 break at some point.
looked such a
Knight
nice
b8 was a
idea.
nice
He went
move.
I mean, all the moves were. I think all the moves were a little bit wrong. Queen c7, rook e8, a6. I think they're all not the best.
Rook
I don't
e8.
imagine they were to be the best.
Did you also feel like Vishy
Because
that
if you look at the
couldn't
position now, like you wonder, like how did
guess the moves of both the players?
Yeah, I mean, from the start it was a very strange game, to be honest. Like already, if you go at the very beginning after bishop b4,
Yeah.
like I had this position as a kid like a million times because all the kids in my chess club were going for this kind of thing, bishop b4,
Ah,
and you were supposed to go e5 always,
right. Yeah, we discussed this.
and then all the complications begin. Yes, yes.
But bishop d3 was not the best, right?
Bishop's supposed to be like a big. I mean, it was supposed to be a kind of a concession that you don't play like this because then black gets comfortable play. But maybe it's a bit old-fashioned. Maybe black is okay. Maybe white is also okay. Yes. So first of all, yeah, okay, bishop c5 is fine. Though I didn't understand actually. Vishy also said bishop c5. I didn't understand why they wanted to do that voluntarily.
Mm.
Like I was thinking maybe knight bd7 first, for example. I thought you don't have to move the bishop yet, but maybe white anyway needs c3, so there's no point. Maybe it's smart to start with bishop c5.
Yeah, yeah.
So bishop c5, c3. It's actually remarkable that this bishop c5 e5 idea that it was played. I found it kind of remarkable that Vishy suggested it as like the most normal thing, and also Arjun played it because to me it was not the most obvious way to play. I thought instead of e5, like it for me was very normal to develop the b8 knight as well first.
Right. But I think Arjun just felt it that the
Yeah, knight d7. I don't know. Like, do you knight d7, Sagar? Knight d7 move. I'm not sure. Why is that so? Why not to c6?
You can also
Why
play
is
it.
that so natural?
I think he's expecting. Yeah, but Meroxybite now not as possible, no, with knight on c6.
Yeah, also
That's
the
true.
pawn is dominating the knight, no, on c3.
Like that. But on d7 there is no next. Your own pieces dominate your knight. You have no squares. Every square is taken.
That's why he did rook e8. Now you
c5, e5,
understand,
f6.
Anish. His idea. He wants
No,
f8,
I think
g6.
they played rook e8 to go. I think he wanted to push d5.
That's why. Okay. Queen c7.
Yeah, no, queen c7. That is definitely too soft. Definitely too soft. I mean, I don't think that move is good. That doesn't do much. Yeah, a6, c4. Yeah, knight b8 is also. No, I understand the logic, of course, but it is so unnatural to play like that. But maybe it's still possible, yeah. But I don't like knight b8 at all. Can I play bishop g5 here? Could I play bishop g5
Instead of h3?
after knight b8? Oh, knight g4. Then knight g4, yeah. Yeah, that's why he went h3.
So with the idea
We
of
know
bishop
from Vishy that
g5.
knight h1 is not good. Yeah, now can I go? Oh, bishop b4 is coming now.
Takes, queen takes, knight b4, b3, rook d8, queen d2, takes. And Anish, how bad is this position for black? I mean, would you say that this is already worrisome position, or you would say close to equal?
Hard to say. I think basically depends. Like if you get b5, if you get b5 break, you're just fine. If you don't get b5 break, you are kind of busted long term as well. So I think it really depends on if you get that. Because if you white gets like rook d2, rook d1, and he reroutes the knights back to like, I don't know, some knight comes to f5 or something like that, or yeah, it's just you'll be cramped. But of course b5 break will come, so maybe rook a b8, let's say.
Yeah, you can stop that break actually.
But white to play. Maybe you go knight f1 now?
Yeah, well, let's say you play. I'm not sure knight on e3 is much better, because knight on g3 protects the e4 pawn.
Yes.
Also b5 directly now.
That's
Guys,
a good
you
move.
realize that players like Anish, they just know what is needed in a position. And like b5, he's all the time looking at it. And the moment the e4 square is left, he goes for b5. So then take, queen takes, and already e4 is hanging. Nice.
So, no, Sagar, the players like Anish, they know what's needed, but they don't know how to get it. And players like Vishy, Anand, they know also how to get it.
And there are players who don't know what to get, don't know what is needed,
Yes.
and don't know how to get it. So,
That is true. That's why I'm not so bad. That's what keeps me afloat. But actually, the more I look at it, honestly, the more I start to wonder, how is white stopping b5 eventually? What is your long-term idea? Is it maybe okay? Do you go
A4.
a4? Because if you go a4 anyway, I will break it.
How?
I mean, I will anyway prepare. So okay, a4 probably is good.
He played
He
rook
went rook
c1.
c1. Rook c1. Okay, he's stopping b5 temporarily by this X-ray. I will move my queen. Let's see, where do I move my queen? Oh, a5, a4.
But then this is typical, no? Queen comes in, hassles here, b5 coming up.
No, but you won't go a4.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah, Sagar, I'm changing my mind on the whole thing. Actually, I didn't see how. I think b5 is just coming, and whenever b5 will come, it will be just full equalizer.
Wow.
Just full equalizer.
Wow. So Arjun actually is banking on that break somehow, and he should get it, right?
He has to, yeah, he has to. I mean, if you imagine that black has a pawn on, let's play a5 here, just for demonstration purpose, and then watch let's see how the bar, what happens to the bar.
Nice.
See, the bar is taking a big hit because the idea of b5 is gone.
Very cool. Very cool.
And then white has a free hand to maneuver the knights. Like maybe the f3 knight goes to c3 or e3 or h4 first. A lot of plans, a lot of ideas.
Interesting.
So
But that too, if
White
knight
would
goes
have a
to
free hand, but
d5,
this b5.
Anish, is it a worry because bishop d5 is always there?
Yes, that's not a. I think knight d5 is not necessarily my idea. I just wanna. I don't want to go to d5. I think because then you will take, and then I have to take with the pawn, and my pawn will guard your weak square.
Right. Okay. So for the time being, Anish, can we leave this game as equal?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me reconnect one more time to see if I can be even faster because I think you get a 1 second delay with me still.
Okay. Please, please.
How do you think he's going to manage that 1 second?
This time he's surely frozen. It's not his acting.
No,
this time.
this time is frozen. But the good part is he speaks so fast, he's already in 2x mode. So that kind of compensates.
Ooh, guys, Harikrishna.
Oh man, he's equalizing. That is a big thing. I thought the position
No, but
was
how is it equal,
very
Amruta?
difficult.
How is it equal? You're
not
still a pawn
equal,
down.
but it was much worse.
I can go king f3 and I'm still. Oh,
He has a better rook now, Sagar. Firstly, rook behind a pawn.
right,
The pawn still on a3.
right. And the knight jumping. The main thing is that the knight will jump in and take this pawn.
Which
So,
pawn?
H2, like knight g4.
But then there
attacking
is h3, no?
H3. And now, guys, in the audience, black to play. Sorry?
Blunder.
Rook. Free. Bishop is there.
Oh, nice. Oh, he's back.
Anish.
Yes.
Look, these are the people here. Can you see them? So now you know whom you are.
Yes.
They're all waving to you.
Who I'm dealing with.
Yes, you know whom you are dealing with. Correct. Okay, it just got worse, Anish, than before.
No.
No, it's better?
No, he's just not talking. He's like a little calm and patient.
Okay, so knight g4, Anish, I was asking them what happens to h3, but there is rook takes a3, bishop takes a3, and knight e5. So well done, guys. This is
Now
a
he's
fork.
stuck.
And I think this is the reason why Harikrishna has a fine position. This tactical refutation is the reason. If he didn't have this, he would have been completely in trouble because the a pawn is very, very strong.
So yeah, I do think that Harikrishna will manage to hold this position.
Yeah, let's go to the next one. I think here is where we might need Anish's expert opinion because this position is not so simple to understand, Amruta. Like, what are you going to do here?
So are you saying in simple positions you don't need Anish's opinion? He's not here, Sagar. Don't take advantage of that.
No, he watches everything later. So, no, we need him always. But I think what Pavel is essentially trying is either to get knight here or here. These two squares if by moving the pawn. Yes, Anish is here. Oh, Anish.
Yes. No, I'm trying to still reconnect sometimes, but looks fine now. Yeah. No, Pavel is doing his little queenside expansion.
Right. Do you think this is slightly better for white here? You feel it?
It has a potential to be for sure. If he gets the c5, knight c4, so the bishop on h5 it is kind of out of play, and the bishop on g2 potentially is a monster. Yeah, potentially.
Ah, this way. Right.
Also, if I play e3, your e6 knight is sort of dominated.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I think he's been making progress, and I know these kind of positions where h5 very often you know the thing is that black is doing this it's very common where black is trading, because black feels they're maybe slightly worse, so they feel that very often when you're slightly worse, trading is making it better, yeah, because it gets you closer to equality. But the illusion here is that you keep trading and white keeps trading, and you both trade a position when this is on the board and there's the bishop on h5 which is out of play, and that is the one piece you wanted to trade but you can't. And all these trades, they only make it worse for you, because the less pieces are on the board, the more the fact that h is out of play will be relevant.
But then
Oh.
Anish, shouldn't black just move his knight, play f6, bishop f7, try to get the bishop into the game from that side? Or maybe that's too much.
Yeah, that is quite slow because on also f6 it has a disadvantage of if you do that knight d7 f6 bishop f7, you have knight on d7 becomes very passive.
Yeah.
You weakened your light squares, and I go c5, knight c4 maybe, and knight comes to d6, and then you have this weak diagonal b3 g8.
Yeah.
And it's you just don't have a good way to solve this. So you had to do something different earlier to solve your problems because now you are just slightly worse.
Got it. So Sanan in some trouble, and Pavel is playing some great chess here, beating Maghsoodloo yesterday, now putting
Yeah,
pressure on Sanan.
yesterday, Anish, after you went, Sopiko joined us. By the way, were you able to catch up the commentary? Sopiko was here in the last.
So it was actually quite funny. I was looking forward to do that exactly. So I opened the commentary.
Okay.
But then the thing is that our two-year-old son, he also started to. I thought he'll enjoy the commentary, but he really did not. Like he pointed at the commentary. He said that, no, Mama not here. Mama should be here. So then I said like, no, but Mama is working. He's like, no, Papa, you working? Mama here. No, then it's a great idea. He said like, okay, Danny will be working. Mama will be here.
Oh wow.
At some point, he went a step further. He realized nothing is working. He said, I will be working. Myself, like himself. Basically, he's trying to solve the issue for a very long time. So then I had to switch off the commentary because it was getting very difficult to negotiate.
Anish, is it possible that you and Sopiko take rest and Michael commentates here? It would be epic. It would be so
If
much
it's
fun.
up to him, I think so. Yes, but I have to say his. I mean, he can definitely provide the vibe, the correct vibe, but the verbal explanations, I think the terminology. He's still learning terminology. Let me put it this way.
Right.
And not just chess, like general life terminology. Like very limited terminology is there.
Okay. So we'll hope that he'll join us on some day, just with you guys. But Queen A6 played by Sanan here.
Okay, yeah. I mean, he's going down that path. He's trading, and that's what I also do this, but it's very tricky. I mean e3. Okay, let's go e3.
Yeah. Queen A3, right?
Okay, Queen A3. Yes.
Take.
Okay, I'll take and go b5. Now you maybe get lucky that you will trade also the queenside pawns, but I think I'll keep one.
And this
is very dangerous.
This is gone, yeah, Anish. This is exactly what you said, and
no, you cannot. You should
illustrated
go like after
this.
Yeah, no, that's the danger. Like what happens in this, usually what happens is two scenarios. One is everybody trades everything, and black is losing because the bishop on h5 is out of play. And another is that everybody trading everything, and somehow black is able to trade the plus pawns as well. And then with all pawns on one wing, it's still holding.
Right.
But it's a very dangerous strategy that black. It's such a typical mistake. I mean, I also do this with black a lot in these positions, especially in blitz. I lost many games. To whom? The Nihal Sarin. Like Nihal Sarin, he's doing it. He plays this double fianchetto things, right? Where you go bishop g2, bishop b2.
Yeah.
And then you have this bishop on h5. He had many games with me.
Wow. Okay, that's very nice to know. Okay, so small edge here for Pavel. Can we go back to Aronian versus Maghsoodloo? Because after g3, what happened was Maghsoodloo played his queen to f3. Then knight took the pawn. And now Maghsoodloo found the best move to take the pawn on g3. Knight e4, queen f4 and rook f1. This is actually mind-boggling because what has happened is same position with g2 and d6 gone. So Anish, and he goes knight f3. Maghsoodloo here. So did you see how this position was reached?
Yeah, he did.
Actually, I was freezing in the process. It was the most exciting part. Oh yeah, g3, queen f3.
Yeah. Take.
Knight d6, queen g3, knight e4. Okay, I see.
And rook f1 and knight f3. So Maghsoodloo, you can look at him as well. Like he feels like there's some chance now for him.
Well, Parham, the thing about him, if you have an opportunity to repeat moves against him, it usually doesn't last very long. As soon as he has the chance to take away the option to draw from you, he will take it away.
Yes.
So now it's now they cannot repeat anymore, and now it's sharp, crazy position.
And now Levon has to be accurate, no? What does Levon do? Take the pawn on c5?
Well, it's interesting thing about these kind of positions is that black has these passed pawns,
Yes.
but they are in front of the king.
Yes.
So you want to push them, but the more you push them, the more you expose the king as well. So it's kind of tricky, especially in the middle game, to do that.
But would you
Double-edged stuff.
prefer
I mean,
white
take on
or
c5,
black? Here.
I think, given the way the game went, I would prefer black because I feel black's position is improving. Sort of the trend is with the black. Looking at the clock, I prefer white.
Right.
Because the clock is not good for but is it completely stupid to play knight d2? Maybe it's very stupid, but I just want to know, how do you respond?
Maybe here knight d2 is one option to take.
How?
Check.
Oh,
I think bishop g4 maybe. Yeah.
Yes, bishop
Yeah, I'll take with
g4.
rook.
Bishop g4 is the best move. And this is now big trouble actually for white.
Yeah, knight d2 doesn't help. I wanted to open up the f file or the g file after g4 and knight d2, but bishop g4 is strong.
Yeah. Okay, you wanted g4, take here, and then take here and use this
yeah,
file.
and then rook g1 or something. Yeah.
Got it.
Yes.
Got it.
But let's see. So knight d2 is not okay. Knight c5. Yeah, I don't know. Knight c5. It's where are you going sort of with the knight? I mean, I don't know.
I don't know. I have to do something,
not a-
right? Otherwise, he just pushes his pawn.
Yeah. I think we have to somehow break the f3 knight.
We need
Can we
to
go bishop
break.
e2?
Bishop e2. But then again, g4.
Oh, then I wanna take and I have the g file, but yeah, bishop on d3 was nice, protecting the diagonal. f5.
Yeah, now
b1
my
diagonal.
bishop would sit here. Black's bishop.
Yeah, I do have the g file, but I'm not in time. If I had king b2 already, I could do something, but now bishop f5 is coming.
But this is so exciting, right? Parham really creates so much mess on the board, and then sort of, I thought he would get busted in the opening, but he's fought back hugely.
Oh, but he's a fighter. Yeah, he's bread and butter. He's a great fighter. He loves these type of positions. He doesn't care if it's risky. He just needs his own chances. Then he's happy.
Right. So, okay, we'll come back here, but it seems for Anish and for us as well that the trend is going in Parham's favor. Although time-wise, he is doing quite worse. Just 11 minutes left. Let's go to Gukesh versus Arjun. Did b5 come? Not yet.
but he's preparing.
Not yet.
Oh, but he is going to meet it with c5.
Smart Gukesh. b5, meet it with
Yes.
c5. Oh, but how does it help, Anish? If I take?
The e5 pawn, I'm a little bit worried. Yeah, it's not gonna. It's okay. Yeah,
Take?
nothing happens there.
No, okay, this is hanging, sorry.
No, not directly.
Yeah, take here.
Okay, the thing is the black has also a2
Right,
pawn targeted.
right,
So
right.
black is kind of okay. Yeah, I guess rook c5 is best here. But yes, then I'll take on d2, play knight d7, and I'm fine. Yeah, I'm just fine. I mean, very fine, I think. Or not. Yeah, I think very fine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very cool. So maybe
Yeah, it's more or less
Arjun.
fine. Okay, you keep the c file, but and what else after b5? Sagar, that line. Can we continue that line? I think
C5.
it was critical line. c5, dc, rook c5.
Yeah,
Because it continues. Rook d2, queen d2. Yes, maybe you're right. Queen d2, knight d2.
yeah.
Okay, knight d7. You have rook c6.
Okay.
You have that one open file. So a5, I guess, or what?
Yes.
Yes, and okay,
A4
you are a
coming
little
up,
bit
no?
passive as black.
No, but this is...
Yeah, but a4, okay, I will... a4 is coming, and I'll let you take on b3. can I somehow activate my knight and attack your b5 pawn or? No, it's very little. Yeah, it's very drawish, very little.
Yeah. Very.
Knight f5, maybe I can play.
Yeah, looks very
it's all very
very
little. Should be
equalish.
okay.
Yeah. So maybe Arjun is doing quite well if he plays b5. But what if Anish? If Arjun says to himself, I don't want to draw because I lost yesterday and I have to fight.
Yes, exactly.
Did you see
Exactly,
something?
that's the problem.
So
That's exactly the problem. He wants to play for a win, of course.
then he doesn't play b5 then, and then Gukesh gets his chance.
That's exactly the problem. He might think that he gets b5 in a better version later, where he keeps the winning chances.
But what can he play then if not
But
b5?
I mean,
Yeah, that's a good question.
yeah, if you look at the position, I mean, black really cannot be. I think black cannot be playing that for advantage. I mean, I with the queen on a5, like you are a little bit uncoordinated. You are trying to get the b5 at all costs. If you are one move too slow, it might never happen.
True. So a lot of psychological battles, not just over the board, but also the tournament standings, and very interesting scenario here between the two players. And anything can happen. Let's go to Predke versus Hari. Anish, Harikrishna was in big trouble in this game, I felt, but seems like he's got out of the trouble somehow.
Well, yeah, he's the endgame master, right? So as soon as the queens are off, he's already comfortable.
Because the thing is,
But why is he out of the trouble, though?
what would you play here as white? Because this is hanging.
Can't I play e4?
E4, but knight g4.
Bishop c5?
Knight f3.
Ah, yes.
Is the pawn up, no?
But you know, Anish, this idea with g5,
yes.
knight e5, g4, knight f3, and then creating that mating net. Does that look good?
It looks good to give checkmate, Sagar, for sure. What do I play? Rook c1?
Rook c1. Because if I go knight e5, you will
Bishop d4?
play this, yes, and dislodge this. Okay,
One
got
second,
it.
what's happening? Knight
No, then
d3,
I don't
you
get
just
knight
go
f3.
rook. Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the point.
So maybe f6 first, just to go knight e5 and g4.
But what if bishop d4 now?
But then you lose this pawn.
What if
sorry,
I...
there
Yeah,
is-
the pawn is... I don't want to give the pawn. Can I play h3 first here? It's a draw, yeah? Bishop d4, rook a3, bishop e5, fe5.
Yeah,
It's okay, yeah?
take.
Because you will give the e5 pawn and bring the king to g6.
That's why you see Harikrishna looks very relaxed now. If you look at the video, he's just walking around, strolling around. He feels to be this.
Yeah. No, he's generally that's the thing. He's comfortable in endgames. He knows what's going on. He's just feeling comfortable. He knows exactly what's up, and yeah, he's walking around. That's the thing.
Yeah. And
Could we have a look at the full tournament hall right now?
the full venue. Okay. By the way, Sjugirov is listening to you, and he is doing something about his bishop. He's improving it.
Yeah, but it's still bad. Also, by the way, Sagar, I was just discussing already earlier today. Like, you call him Sjugirov, right?
Is it wrong?
But why do you then not call
Chubojevic.
your favorite Indian player Gukesh?
Sjugirov.
Oh,
Sjugirov.
Gukesh. Oh, so I should say Sjugirov. Is that correct?
I mean, or you say Gukesh. One of the two. Pick your pick. Pick how you pronounce the letter. You cannot do both ways.
Man, come
It's
on.
a choice. There's no way back.
Then I have to call you Jiri. Anish Giri.
No, yeah, then you have to call me Jimmy as well. Okay, then the whole, the whole James is changing, it's just different.
But then you can't say changing, you have to say chenging.
You gotta roll with that. It's better than calling everybody Jiri and Gukesh. I mean, it's changing. I mean, with greatness comes great responsibility, not great responsibility. It's all, there's only one way.
Yeah, we are in trouble here, Anish. You opened a can of worms now. We can't get around it. What to do?
Yeah.
What is
Okay, but the
Jude
bishop
James.
on g6
G6.
is also bad. Yeah.
Yeah, but what about G2?
Gitu.
G2 bishop is still very powerful. Actually, I like, what I like? I don't see for white. Yeah, the bishop is good on g6 because after c5 I go bishop d3 and I control a lot of squares.
Yeah,
Bishop on d3 is actually very much alive.
true. Nice move here by Sopiko.
Yeah, good idea. Bishop on d3 is where he wants to have it. And if b5, then queen b6.
Ah,
No, but jokes aside, it is Sjugirov. Yes, that's just it is Sjugirov. Just
thank
jokes
you.
aside,
Thank you, Anish.
because I know how it is spelled in his native language. Yeah.
I'm actually getting to his right spelling in parts, like right pronunciation. Because first I used to call him Sjugirov. I thought S was silent. Then Vidit told me no, it's actually
But we
Sjugirov.
didn't tell you it
No,
is
he didn't tell
Sjugirov.
me Girov.
So
So
Vidit is also
now Anish corrected the Girov. So now
because you are
it's
also Sagar and not Sajar.
yes. So now I need now I've reached the right spelling. I think right
true.
pronunciation.
Thanks to
Sjugirov.
Anish.
Okay.
Yeah, so let's go to Gukesh and Levon.
Yeah,
I think.
Levon.
Maybe Sanan is doing okay.
Yeah,
Oh.
he's doing well. I mean, he's doing okay, right? Sorry. But coming back to the Levon game, knight c5 was played and queen e3 played. Knight is hanging. What to do?
Wow, what
How
a deep
is-
move.
Yeah.
Ah, you didn't consider queen e3? Anish, do you think this is a very, very good move by Parham?
No, it's a deep move. Yeah, I didn't see it, but I kind of don't dislike it. Yeah, it's an interesting move for sure. You unpin the knight, and you kick the c5 knight away. I mean, I don't know, like, where's the knight going? Because on c5 it was active. For example, after knight e4 back, then
Yeah.
the bishop from c8 is gonna come.
But can you think of knight e6?
Knight e4 looks bad. Yeah, bishop
Yes.
f5, bishop h3, all kinds of. Yeah, knight e6 is the big question.
Ah, knight e6, but then I take.
I'll take it
Take d5 because bishop
twice.
e4
Yeah,
now.
twice.
Oh, just take
Bishop
it.
e4.
Yeah, looks good for black. I don't see much. Yeah, with bishop e4 of course, but
wait,
knight
wait,
on
wait,
e5, knight d2 is there
Ah,
also.
Anish.
All kinds of options.
Yes, this
Maybe
was
we-
the
Sorry,
question.
Nice move. Keep it on the board
Nice.
though.
Anish
because
saw it.
deserves-
Anish saw the move knight d2 and he was like, oh, it also exists knight d2. That's fine, normal. Because rook d2, there is rook f1. And if queen d2, there's queen e4. Very nice.
Nice deflection.
Nice deflection there. Okay. So this is... Knight e6 doesn't work.
Then what?
If we can have Parham on the screen, not Eljanov. Yeah, there we have it. What do we play here? What do you think, guys, Levon will play? Any thoughts? In fact, there is a very crazy idea, Anish. Maybe you would like to think about it. Bishop h7, getting my queen to g6.
Oh. Nice.
But knight d2 is still not
Oh
a
yes,
problem.
yes, knight d2, and the thing is,
And
if
then
I
just
take
move the
this-
king, yeah?
Where?
Oh, wow. King a1, suppose. And let's say you take on f1. Is it over?
It is safe. I'm safe because this is hanging. So
So king
actually,
b2, let's
yes,
let's say.
king b2 Amruta. And then if I take here, check. Oops, sorry, check king here, and take this because now this is not hanging with the check. Oof.
But isn't it risky, like even for white?
Yeah, very risky,
Rook
very
F-
risky.
Yeah,
Two.
white has no way back though, Amruta. White has no way back from the start. I think risky is what you need at this point.
Hmm.
I look at Parham there. He's getting his tea in the background. Levon is now working hard. It feels the mood is changing entirely. First, Levon was like completely in the game, and Parham was worried. Now it's the other way.
But Param is
Yeah, that's
12
very
minutes.
often when you have these kind of games between two good players. There is what happens very often is that okay, one side has to solve a problem. As soon as he solves his problem, then the other side has to solve the problem, right?
Right.
That's kind of the normal, and it will turn back and forth still many times. Almost every move it turns.
You think that now
You make a
Levon
move, then the opponent has to solve it.
can turn this around still? Do you think he has enough resources?
Bishop h7, yeah. Bishop h7 is. I mean, he doesn't look thrilled. What are his options? By the way, how bad is queen f2? How bad is this endgame?
Ooh,
Can you try to defend this endgame?
take b6, right? Just kick the knight away.
Yeah, I mean, I guess black is just better.
Yes.
I was just wondering if you are very pessimistic with white, can you go defense mode? If you don't see bishop h7, like, what are your thoughts? Okay, this is not nice. And the other move I thought I was considering, but it's probably not good. Some kind of bishop e4 type, but it's not working. There's knight d2.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's just no, it doesn't work. Yeah, but Sagar, is bishop h7 just the only move? Just the only move or not?
Sort of, yes. I mean, there is queen e2.
Knight b3. How bad is knight b3?
How? I mean,
Queen e2.
this
That's a
is-
better way of trading queens. Okay.
Because if queen takes c5, rook f3 is white would be winning, there.
you mean take here?
Just a simple
Take
suppose.
here. This looks very risky, but
Not winning or anything. Okay. Bishop g4, 1 second. What's.
yeah, there's a check somehow.
You have a check in hand. Okay.
So it's saving.
So
it's
not
saving,
queen
but
c5.
I'm very excited
No,
to
no,
see.
no. But guys, again,
Levon's
as
move.
soon as
Hmm.
as soon as black they will trade the queens, of course. Queen takes e2 without thinking. Of course, will come.
Right.
Yeah, the h and g pawns look very dangerous.
And then knight e5 back, right?
Yeah, exactly. No. I mean, bishop h7. Bishop h7 is really the money move.
So Levon
The money
must
move.
find it. Do you think
We have to see. I don't know.
money move means he
You have
gets
to
money
first
to
of all
find
spot
it?
the move. No. It comes afterwards. It's in the regulations. You find all the moves, then comes the money.
Okay.
It's in the regulations.
Hmm.
Okay, you have to spot the move. You also have to not only spot that it exists, but then also see knight d2 and calculate beyond. That's the hard part.
Yeah.
And not stop like bishop h7, knight d2 and cut. But it's tempting to calculate on, so let's go again. Bishop h7, knight d2.
Right. King b2, yes. Or it's not
We
trivial.
went to a1 or b2?
a1 loses to knight f1, queen g6 here, and you can't take this because c3 is hanging with
Oh yeah,
a check.
c3 hangs. Okay, and knight d2, rook f1 is checkmate. That's important, yeah.
Oh.
Also queen g7, but this
Until
is just like
checkmate.
checkmate, yeah.
So that's why you have to go to
Okay,
b2.
yeah, this is possible. Okay, so can I go knight c4 is nothing because I go king a1, yeah?
Yes. Crazy.
Still, by the way, it's not. Still not clear. Bishop f. Bishop f5.
Here.
Maybe.
Wow, what a move, man. What a move. Rook f5.
Yeah, the problem is that if I go rook f5, you have 96 intermezzo.
Yes. You were thinking this and take on c3, right?
No, this queen c3. So I thought bishop f5, queen c5. That was sort of the hope.
Right.
But 96 intermezzo. And if rook f5, queen c5 directly.
Here, rook f5.
Yeah, it looks after. Yeah, it looks like you're gonna checkmate me because you don't have a threat. You can just queen g6, queen h6, and win. Rook f8. Yeah, it's rook g5 also. Yeah, it's just mate.
And maybe here is a good
Okay,
time
so
to ask
now
our
forget
viewers.
this knight takes c4.
Anish, last one
Yeah.
question to our viewers. White to play.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
What?
Man, this.
But aren't there many answers, Sagar?
Yeah, many. But bishop g8 waits in 3 moves.
But also many viewers, yeah? That's true. Many viewers, many answers.
Yeah, and to get them happy.
Yeah, bishop g8 is correct. Okay, by the way, a move seems to have been played or not yet after queen e3. Can we have the board there? Because it seems like Levon looks relaxed. Parham is thinking. No, nothing has been played.
30
It's Levon's
minutes.
move.
Yeah, no, bishop h7, guys. It's one more time. Knight d2, king b2.
Okay, knight d2, king b2.
Wait, we
Okay,
need the
let's see,
board.
let's see. So,
Yeah, let's have the analysis board. When? Can we have the analysis board? Knight, bishop h7. You want to go knight b3, but then they're just bishop g4, and let's just yeah.
no, bishop h7 is really the he has to play it.
Right.
He has to play bishop
Bishop
h7.
h7, knight
he wants
d2,
to get something
king
from this
b2.
game.
Yeah, let's go, Anish. Then
Okay, let's calculate a little bit before we
Here.
make moves. Yeah,
Ah.
this is just queen g6, queen h6, right? This is bad.
right, he's suggesting knight f1, rook f1 because he saw check and mate somehow, I guess. Yeah, maybe queen c5 is just very strong defending this. Okay, so yeah, Anish, let's go.
No, but wait, why did we give no queen g6, queen h6? Yeah, after knight f1.
Yes, queen g6, king h8, queen h6.
This is the whole point. Yeah, we need this. Okay, now I have this rook f2, rook h2 idea, for example.
Going here.
Oh, bishop c2 check. Sorry, bishop c2 check.
Bishop c2 counter
Bishop C2
check.
check.
King g8.
But king g8.
Is there a mate? No.
Oh, maybe this is just a perpetual or what?
Do you see the perpetual already?
I mean I just assume checks. King f7, queen h7. I assume.
Right.
Not very creative one because king e7 I got d6 check.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Check. If you go here, then d6 and white is winning.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. So that is one way the game could end after bishop h7. Yeah, I don't know. Does Levon see this move? Because he doesn't look like a man who calculates bishop h7. He looks like a man who calculates queen e2.
How do they look different? Oh, queen.
Yeah, Levon he has slightly changed, of course, in the past few years. His body language has changed.
Right. Earlier he would be like
He used to be
more visibly. You can read him, right? Now it's not easy.
I don't know. I think you can still read him. I just think that he's got less confidence than when he was, world number 2, which is understandable. Because that time he, relatively to others, he was stronger and he was better prepared relatively to others.
Right.
And now, of course, his confidence is obviously dropping. But I think you can see it in his body language very much. Like in such position, when he was world number 2 at his peak, he would not give away, that he's not thrilled. He would be pretending he's thrilled still.
Right. Let's see if he goes bishop h7 here. That's going to be very exciting. Going back to Gukesh versus Arjun game, b5 has come.
Oh, this dream happened.
Wait,
Dream has happened for Arjun.
how? He didn't go b5, right? He went.
CB.
Yeah, CB happened. CB, AB, rook d1,
wow.
queen c7, and now a4 played by Gukesh.
A4.
a4, yes.
What's he doing?
You don't like a4?
What's he trying to do? CB is interesting, but A4 is, I mean, this is a terrible idea, I think.
Why? Because that just weakens the a pawn.
I mean, it weakens everything. Like a2 b3, at least they were so incredibly hard to attack, and this b3 pawn was a granite, yeah, for the bishop. A2 pawn was easily defended. I mean, what is a4 trying to achieve? Like, you just created a weakness for yourself.
But you know, he was afraid of maybe
So
b4
it's terrible
clamping
move.
these pawns.
If he was afraid of that, he should have gone c5.
Right.
But why to be afraid of that? Because after b4, I mean, you have to work very hard to attack my a pawn, and I have like knight e1, knight d3 ideas. Knight h4, knight f5 is very. I mean, why not knight h4?
You mean here?
No, because a4 is a dream for black. Yeah, I mean, I would be so thrilled with black to receive a4 because then I get play against a weak pawn. Now there is. I mean, you give me play like.
But will you take on a4 or will you go b4?
No, b4 is what Gukesh wants.
But you know, it doesn't matter
no?
even what I do. The thing is, if you go before white plays a4, the best, if let's say imagine it's black to move, the best thing that can happen to black, the best move for black is to push white's pawn to a4. That's the best move for black. No, really, like it's black to move. Like there is no move better than pushing white pawn to a4. Because you have to try so hard to generate counterplay.
Wow, it is. I mean, this difference I did not realize it because you know, a4 does look like you're pushing. You have a majority there. It's a passed pawn, and it looks like a normal move.
Yes, you want to get your rook behind the pawn.
Yes, but it is very interesting what you assess, Anish.
And what? a4, a5, a6, a7, a8 maybe. I mean, like your knights on g3 and f3 also don't help the pawn push. No, I think what you actually want with white, you want to trade the a pawn and make a draw.
Yes.
That's I think what you actually want.
That's clear now. But I don't think Gukesh played a4 with a lack of ambition. No, I mean Gukesh would not play a4 with like, oh, now I want to make a draw.
No, but no, he does. Because I mean, why else to? Yeah, maybe. No, but a pawn is so weak. Yeah, it's obvious. Like it's not gonna queen. I mean, look at the pawn. It's not how it works. Like the pawn from a4, it's 5 moves away from promotion. There are 0 pieces supporting it. You are not dreaming that this pawn is gonna become a queen, right?
I mean, Gukesh might be because see,
it's like one of those soldiers that has no ambition at all, yeah, to ever enter the palace.
But this is weak, Anish, for you. D6, and he's attacking it thrice, right now.
Yeah, but the idea is that after you take everything on d6, I take on a4. So you want to trade the d pawn for a pawn. That's what I mean.
Got it. Okay.
You're not even attacking it because of the. Okay, black can also play d5 or.
Oh, black played d5.
Yeah.
He played d5.
Yeah.
Oh, then this is going towards a draw very clearly.
Could be.
Yeah, I think that's what's happening. Yeah, rook c1 maybe. I think they are trying to simplify the position.
Yeah, maybe this might end in a draw.
I think that Gukesh is trying to just simplify.
Right. Agree. Okay, let's quickly go to Harikrishna's game and see if he's... Oh! Rook endgame came in.
Oh, fascinating. Oh, but it's...
You know, he fell into this.
Can we see how it happened?
Rook a2, king f3, knight g4, h3. He fell into this trap, it seems.
Oh.
No, but I don't think he fell into it. I think he was going to go for this rook endgame.
Rook a6. This one.
Yeah, maybe he fell. Yeah, you are probably... No, you are right. Yeah, he fell into this. No, you don't... Even instead of king h6, you can probably do it some other way.
Yeah.
Can black draw it more easily than king h6?
Here. But why? I mean, what's wrong with king h6? You mean g6?
You think nothing, yeah?
G6 maybe.
Yeah, but rook c7, that's actually tricky.
But then, h6.
h6, that's actually tricky.
Right.
You don't want to split pawns like that.
Yes.
It's also draw, but you don't want that. No, maybe he's doing a good thing. King h6, rook c7, f5. And what did white play?
Thinking.
Thinking. Okay. So black wants to take and play king h6.
Oh, okay. Black wants to take this, give
Or
this.
not really, but black wants to maybe. Well, black maybe wants to also just wait, yeah, for now.
Yeah, I guess
Because if you take, I take.
this is more weak, no, Anish? H5 is more weak.
I think it's about like Sagar. I want to trade the h for g for sure. Oh, I want to play g6. That's what I want. I want to bring the king to f6. I don't want the king cut off on the g file. I want to play g6 next. That's what I want.
G6,
Yes,
take, and put the king on f6 and draw the game.
Yeah, that's that draw. So the danger is like imagine I play rook e7 now.
Yeah.
You play king h5, which is maybe a mistake, because let's say you play king h5 just to show what you should avoid. Rook g7, king h6, rook g8, king h7, rook g5, king h6, f4. At least your king is cut off and there is some hope for white.
Yeah.
If your king is on f6, it's completely dead draw. So that's why he wants to play g6 next. Bring the king to f6, and then there's nothing to play for.
Very nice point. Very nice point here. So g6 coming in for Harikrishna, and he manages to hold this.
So king f3 only chance, I guess.
But still.
Yeah, maybe king f4.
Ooh. Oh, you're creating play. Wow.
Yeah, I'm trying some desperate, but rook d2 probably just draw. Yeah, it's a draw.
Okay.
No, it's very well defended by Hari, I have to say.
Yeah. Well done, Hari. There. And let's go to Pavel. Eljanov versus Sjugirov. Knight. He's gone with both his knights back. Knight d7 and knight f8. Very slow game.
Yeah, no, deep positional game.
But look at the time. Pavel has 6 minutes. Like, it could be
Oh my
slow on the
God.
board, but it is going to get super fast.
Yeah. This might get very intense.
Not right now, though. Let's not another 5 to 10 minutes.
But Pavel is thinking so
Yeah, no,
calmly.
it's just slow.
So calmly. 6 minutes only left. Pavel, come on.
I like for white that black knights are so passive. This is nice. But the small question is how to defend the c4 pawn.
Right, b5. No?
Yeah, but the b5 always gives the c5 square for the knight. Queen b6, knight c5. I don't know if I want to allow this. The square. I don't know if I like this. I only want to do b5 when I'm sure that you don't get these squares and I get something concrete.
True. Okay.
I would rather keep the pawns intact for now, but the problem is if bishop f1, which you want to play,
Yeah.
maybe he's thinking bishop h5 is there, or maybe e4, knight e5 also. Maybe black plays e4 somewhere, I don't know, knight e5.
But also, Anish, now queen a3 makes sense, no? Because your bishop is back in the game, and that was our biggest worry.
Yeah, the knight on c3. The knight on c3 is also very unstable. Yeah,
Okay.
queen a3 is just strong. No, that's a terrible version of things. White.
Okay, so guys, here it seems like Eljanov. Oh,
that's.
draw!
Wait a second.
Yeah. It's probably happened. This rook c1, queen a5 business.
Rook c1. Oh, he took an a4. Rook c1, rook a4.
Can we have the full board?
Yeah, this happened, I think. Rook a4 happened.
Ah, okay.
And
Yeah,
maybe
it's
they
a
just
draw on the spot.
took this way.
Also, the full hall would be on the side.
Okay, so this means that we already have one result. Gukesh and Arjun, the big game, has ended in a draw. And Predke and Harikrishna is also going to end in a draw. E4 he plays. He plays something. He tries for something.
So the main exciting game
Okay,
remains live on.
Yeah. Oh, G6,
Yeah, so
but still.
FE4.
FE4, huh?
FE4, what is FE4?
Looks good.
Rook
Ah,
C5,
maybe G4, G4.
G4, yeah, G4, G6 or not?
Yeah. I don't think there's much hope here.
I mean, well, you get Rook C4, you get like some sort of 2 against 1. He wants to get a favorable 2 against 1, but even E5 and just King F6, it should be, can be tricky.
Very interesting is that, Sagar, like, I'll look at this position, it's a draw, okay, of course, very simple draw, that guy. Whereas Anish is like, analyzing, getting the
Yeah.
intricacies, he knows the depth of it.
Correct.
So he knows that is there anything where initiative can be found.
Even
But
yesterday
it's my
the same
job, no,
happened.
Amruta? I'm supposed to analyze here. They told me, you come, you analyze. That's the reason.
Anish has like one-liner answers today. Why he does things in life. Anish, should we go to Levon versus Maghsoodloo, because that was really the key.
But Anish did
Yeah.
not give you permission,
No,
but
but
he
I-
still went there.
Queen E2. Yeah, no, I tell you, he didn't see this bishop h7 thing, I guess, or he didn't like it. Queen E2, yeah, that's what he looked like. Queen E2, he looked like a man who was considering Queen E2.
True.
He's trying to hold this position now.
But it might get difficult,
Parham
no?
is going to be fuming. Parham is going to be now, he's going to generate energy, generate winning chances, I think. He loves these things.
You think there are enough chances here?
Yeah, actually, I have to say that Black's king side is quite fragile right now. It's very hard to stabilize it.
Mm.
Because I am threatening bishop f3 and the f3 pawn will be weak. And black needs like 2 moves, bishop d7, rook a8. If he doesn't get them,
Yeah, also h5, let's say for example I push this, try to get them together, then you take, and then knight e5, and then you are losing this pawn.
yes, exactly. I'm going to destabilize. Yeah, the more I look at it, actually, I think that Parham wants, but not sure if he can. Not sure if he can generate here anything.
Also, look
Rook
at this,
d4
Anish.
maybe.
Take, and rook d4. Just losing the pawn.
Yes. Yeah. No, it's just okay. White is okay.
White is okay.
But
I should hold
practically,
this.
you would give chances to Parham, yeah, in this position.
I mean, by the first impression is that he has 2 passed pawns. It looks all very good, but I just don't see how. I don't see the move for him to keep things going. Because bishop f3 is a threat. I mean, I don't knight g5, but takes rook h1. Like, it's kind of falling apart. I think these pawns.
Right. So today are we looking at 4 draws, Anish?
Well, we're always looking at 4 draws until they drop low on time and there were no more 4 draws. And then Sopiko joins and suddenly magic happens. And
Yeah, I think it's very likely that this game might be the decisive one for
Oh
today.
no, but go back there. Go back there.
What happened?
For
Look at
sure.
the time.
Oh, 3 minutes for Parham. No, Anish, this time control you have to play once in your life. You know that this is the real deal.
Vishy, by the way, also, yeah? Vishy had my back. He also never played it.
Yeah. It seems like the elite players never got a chance.
They
yeah,
missed it. They missed it. It seemed that the elite players missed it.
They never stayed in those tournaments which had this time control.
Yeah, no, it's quite funny. Probably many things we don't know about chess, yeah?
That's
Many
what-
openings. Yeah, no, the different trends, of course. But it's also coincidence, yeah. I mean, I played like even super weird time controls, but this one of the normal ones I just never played. Yeah, it's kind of a funny coincidence.
Yeah.
The opens that I played were always different.
Right. While we have Anish here, maybe director, if you can have that replay of Arjun and Gukesh's draw, then maybe this time we
Did he
missed
offer a
it.
draw?
Who?
No, he offered a draw.
Oh,
Sorry, he
wait,
offered
yes,
a draw.
Oh!
yes.
Oh! What?
Who? When?
Just when
How?
Anish said Parham would be fuming. Anish
Yeah,
draw.
but it was before I started calculating lines.
Yeah. Okay, but what happened? Like bishop e2? They just agreed or what?
Last move was knight d3, and Levon offered a draw, I guess.
Ah, that's how it is.
That is the 31st move.
Yeah, Levant, he doesn't yet have the confidence that he can have. You know, he hasn't yet reached his peak confidence. He hasn't won a game yet at this event, and he just has 2 draws now. And I mean, you see, like for example, even in this decision, you can gamble. Yeah, a guy has less time. You can maybe gamble to play
Right.
on.
Right.
Maybe he'll blunder, yeah, in time scramble. But he's being objective, but not, doesn't believe in miracles yet. But I think it will take for him just one good game, one win, and then he might get his confidence back.
Right. And you can look at Parham. I think he's in his head feeling like 5 out of 5 now I need to sort of reach that
Yeah, no,
spot.
he's not happy. He's not happy with, and we get a replay now.
Oh.
The technology is very nice.
Nice.
At some point, we will get some blunders also like this, I hope.
Oh, nice.
Oh, slow mo. Nice. Nice.
That was a nice one.
Yeah. Great. Great. Yes. Next
And
time
we will see Hari walking and the arbiter also coming by. Who will be first to reach the board? It's a photo finish. Hari touchdown.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Okay, 2 draws now, like yesterday. But this will be the 3rd draw. Hari and Predke. I doubt if this is going to be decisive. And then Eljanov Sjugirov is the game for today.
So they played slow, saying that we'll be the last one to make it interesting.
Okay, guys, I think before I curse this whole round and it's all draws, I will get Sopiko in and she will make sure that Eljanov Sjugirov game will explode, okay?
Yes, please, Anish.
Yes.
Thank you for joining. Again,
He froze.
he froze.
He
But
froze.
guys, Sopiko will join us and she will bring in the fire with Anish bringing all the objective moves. You know, like what is best. Sopiko comes in and starts calculating
Tactics and all
and this is hanging and that is hanging. So we'll have her, Sopiko, of course, an IM and a very, very strong player. And she'll be joining us shortly. But right now, Sanan has 12 minutes on the clock. And Amruta, I'm just wondering, why can't he just take this pawn? Isn't this a free pawn on c4? Because if you take here, knight takes.
It's a good question even for the audience. Why can't he take the pawn?
Yeah, what is the thought?
Or he can.
f4? Oh, you want to trap the bishop, but no, come on. No, but the bishop can
Your
always
king
come here,
looks
right?
weak.
The bishop is safe here. No, this might not be the idea. But f4, yeah, interesting. Rook d6, what's your plan? Oh, nice.
Oh wow, that's very
Nice.
quick.
But bishop d3? Trying to stop your bishop f1. And almost trapping. Almost. But I have this one square.
There is no almost in chess.
No, there's one square.
Otherwise, rook d6 also was not needed.
Yeah,
It
that was a nice
almost
idea.
Queen e6,
Rook
but
d6
yeah,
is a
that
nice
was
idea
just
there.
Alert. Okay, but then what if queen c4? Black just wins a pawn, is it? How is white getting compensation here?
I don't know. That's why Sanan is actually right now thinking and he's
Maybe
saying...
it's more about the dark squares, Sagar. Like queen c4, knight takes g6, though I don't like to consider
Okay,
that
take.
move.
And then I take
And
with the
knight
h pawn.
e4, knight e4,
Knight.
going to d6.
But Amruta, this is
And f7 is weak, knight, bishop f1, bishop c4 sometime.
very interesting. But what if I hit you?
Don't
I mean-
hit me.
I mean, hit your queen.
Rook at...
Rook a2.
Yeah, queen b1. And then queen c2, you can always exchange the queens.
Yes, yes. We have a replay coming in. Let's just have a look at what replay. It's a surprise for us. Oh, it's the who offered a draw. Oh, look at Levon there. Happy with that fact that Parham accepted the draw. So that's the score actually. Levon on 1 point, Parham on half point in this tournament after this game. So Amruta, we will have no player on 2 out of 2 it seems. Oh, unless Eljanov wins this.
Oh yes, he
Yes.
has a chance actually.
Yeah. Let's see what Sjugirov does now.
Quick learner, Sagar.
Yes, it is Sjugirov. And if Sjugirov doesn't take on c4, Amruta, what is the other move that he can play and why is he not playing? Can
Queen
we have a look
A3.
at the other angle of him? What is he thinking? Maybe the full screen view.
With the board, yeah, full screen with the board.
Yeah,
would
with
be
the board.
nice.
With the board. Queen a3, yes, that looks a nice move here. We can see he has 9 minutes 20 seconds while Eljanov has 4 minutes 30 seconds. Sjugirov is thinking whether I should take that pawn on c4, move, and he takes it. He takes the pawn.
Oh.
Okay, interesting. Now, what is Eljanov going to do?
This is interesting how he is going to find a compensation.
If he plays rook, oh, he takes on g6. Amruta, your move coming in. Your idea, knight e4 next.
Not bad. We
Bishop
need
f1.
Sopiko.
Okay, bishop f1.
First he went
And look at
bishop
his
f1.
face. Look at Sugirov's face. He's like,
Why?
what is happening? I don't understand why he gave the pawn.
And that is where Anish had said you cannot predict Pavel's moves.
Yeah, very unpredictable.
this
He's
was
fighting still. And maybe he wants knight c5. He wants knight d6. There are all these possibilities in the air. But is it a good pawn sack here? Is the question.
Yes, I think b7 c6 definitely weak, but with the bishop now aiming at f7 g6.
You mean if the bishop, let's imagine knight sitting here
Yeah.
and the bishop coming here, that's just
so that's
what.
a great compensation, but black knights, you see they have no squares.
Yeah.
Even if the knight jumps to e6, maybe we should have a board on this on top
We-
of this as well.
No, we need Sopiko here
We
to
need
tell us if
Sopiko,
there are
we
any
need board.
tactics. And we have her.
Hey,
Hello,
nice.
Sopiko.
Hi guys, how are you?
Sopiko, Anish went and made all the games into draws. We need you to sort of set the board on fire here.
I'm coming with my magic now. By the way, I have to ask you a favor.
Yes.
Before I leave, because I'm very forgetful, remind me, what did Anish say? Why he's married? Not to be single, right? Remind me that
Oh
before
my
I
god,
leave.
she is very alert. He
Whoa.
would be thinking that she's not watching. That's a good catch, Sopiko.
Was it the reason why Sopiko,
Oh my
when
God.
Anish left, it took you like around a minute or two to come? Was there some argument on this?
No, I kept it for the
Yeah,
live
yeah,
broadcast.
it
I was
needs
like,
more time,
okay, I
Sagar.
need
It's
people
not a
support.
1 minute, 2 minute thing, right?
Yeah, it's not a 1 minute. But I'll ask him that.
It's-
I'll for sure ask him.
You see, she spots tactics very well.
Yeah, spotting all the main important moments in the stream. Anish was here for an hour, but Sopiko just pinpointed
Yeah.
that 1 second that Anish spoke. Why is he married? Not to be single.
Oh, nice,
Ah.
nice. I have
It
to learn
really hit
from
me.
her.
But what's going on? What's going on in the games?
So-
I see that Levan already finished, right?
Levon drew with Maghsoodloo. Gukesh drew with Arjun.
Yeah.
So now we have this very exciting game of Pavel versus Sanan, where it's like Pavel just sacrificed a pawn. So this was the position. He gave this pawn, and then he moved his bishop and moved his knight. Do you think that there's good
Ooh.
compensation here?
Well, I definitely think that he has like compensation because first of all, the bishop is better than knight, I would say, and his pieces are just like the rook has an open line, semi-open line, and b5 somewhere might be. But if we trade everything on queen's side, then probably it's nothing, right?
Right, right.
I don't think that white can play for an advantage. But like, why he should be also like better? It's pawn is a pawn. I don't understand, but definitely he is not worse.
Yeah, I thought Sopiko, Amruta, I thought the idea was knight d6, bring the bishop here and put pressure here. So maybe black has to deal with it somehow.
Oh yeah, that's definitely the case. Knight d6 is a threat now, but knight b6 I can always like avoid bishop
Ah,
c4,
true,
right?
true,
But even
true.
knight g5, but then
Yeah,
you
knight
don't get
g5.
bishop to c4 is very irritating.
Also knight on c5 is a very, very dangerous piece, no? Looking here, putting pressure.
Yeah, yeah, knight c5. No, I think that white has definitely compensation and activity, but I'm afraid that this activity is a bit temporary. It's not long term, as like, yeah, there are the weak squares d6, c5, g5. Also, g5 is very nice, kind of an outpost for the knight because h6 is not an option anymore. And then I can, yeah, if queen e7, I can play h4 at some point, and f6 you don't want to weaken the king side and open this a2 diagonal. So knight g5 is really a good post, but for now knight on e4 is good, yeah, like keeping all the options open.
True, true. Absolutely. This is very important. And I think Pavel made this decision also looking at the clock. If we just zoom into that camera full screen, we will see that
Yeah.
Sanan has 5 minutes now. So he was ahead on time, but he's now gone below. He has 5 minutes 30 seconds, and Pavel has 5 minutes 45 seconds.
Oh wow, he took a lot of time. That's true. Yeah. Well, if in time trouble, I would definitely prefer to be with white pieces, right?
Yeah, yeah, true. But you know, Sopiko, I don't know how long is Sanan going to think here. He's got a bit confused, it seems. He's
Yeah,
picking
he's
his move.
thinking a lot.
Oh, he plays your move.
So yeah,
What? Amazing.
yeah,
Knight b6.
yeah.
Because there were so
He
many
played
options.
knight b6. Yeah, but bishop c4 is very annoying. Yeah,
True,
like
true.
also we have to mention that okay, knight was not doing anything on d7. The other knight is nicely actually supporting the h7 square and the king, and at some point like queen e7, knight e6 might be an option, and knight d5 as well, and knight b6, knight d5 if you want to provoke. Oh, we have nice analysis,
Yeah,
right, of
exactly. Right now we see
Levon.
Levon and Parham analyzing in the room opposite to the playing hall. It's the VIP room. So they just got their chessboard.
Oh.
I think there is an extra, maybe an extra chessboard, or they just took it from their
No,
board.
no,
There's an
there
extra
is.
one.
Well, chess players, anything they would do for analyzing.
Sometimes they are happier while analyzing than while playing.
Yeah, you
I mean,
know,
you can.
Amruta,
They are expressing basically.
sometimes we think,
Yeah, depends on the result though.
Ah, yes, yes, yes. Very important.
yeah, true. Sometimes we think they are all like thinking about candidates, and Parham is like, oh, I lost rating points. But at the end of the day, just getting to play chess is what they enjoy, right? So it's okay, even if
Yeah.
something goes wrong.
Yeah, to ask the people who are missing playing chess for sure.
Here, all three of us not played chess since a long time. So quite hungry there.
Yeah. But we are still connected.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Connected to chess. Yeah, very interesting position,
Yeah,
right?
but tell
Does
me
he want
something.
actually to yeah?
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, he could have got something like this with the pawn on c5, right? Where the knight couldn't come to b6. Like for Pavel, giving up the c4 pawn, could he not have done that before, like
Yeah.
with c5, or how was it? A little confused.
Yeah, he could have kept the pawn for sure. He could have played b5,
No,
uh,
I'm talking about c5.
c5. Yeah, also possible. Very much.
So it's a very,
Yeah.
very difficult thing to understand what's going on his mind
True.
to give up the c4 pawn.
Yeah, I think he really wants to have c5 square for the knight, because then when you have the pawn on c5, you have only d6 square, which becomes a very good outpost for the knight. But right now he keeps an option like with knight c5. Also, at some point, Yeah, but I don't know, like knight c5, yeah, it's beautiful there.
But
It
queen goes
attacks
to
the
e7.
b7 pawn.
Yeah, just defends it.
Yeah, but queen goes to e7 and protects everything.
Can
He has to find a way.
Yeah, can we have
Bishop.
a look at the board, like the full view of this Pavel? He makes a move. He goes knight g5. He's going to that square where is
Yeah,
it's an
yeah.
outpost. Knight
I
g5.
wanted to say knight g5, and sometimes maybe the ideas can be also like h4, h5, yeah? But for that, I need to regroup, like maybe bishop d3, bishop b1, queen c2 at some point, like, I don't know, king g2, rook h1. If I go all in, what happens?
True, true. Okay, he plays his queen back. And now the knight is attacked. So I think he'll go h4. He plays it. He plays
Oh,
it.
he's
Yeah,
not thinking at all. 3 minutes on his clock, 5 minutes for Sjugirov.
Yeah.
yeah.
What's
But
the
the thing
next
is, it's
move?
easier to play with white.
Ah,
Yes, b5 will come next,
I
I feel.
think
No?
b5, yeah? You think b5?
Maybe not. I was just thinking if b5, cb, queen b5, I might get some play there. But yeah, maybe it just simplifies everything. Or also c5 might
I
come.
Yeah,
No.
but white has a lot of moves, no? Like a lot of useful moves. For example, he can improve his bishop or the king, like king g2 to, oh, knight h7. That's very concrete.
Very cool move. He's like, get the knight out from there, so I don't have to worry.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very concrete approach. And probably it's
Oh,
necessary.
we have the board now. Nice. So we can make the moves. Okay.
Yeah.
What do you do here? Knight at 7. Do you take?
No. I would not want to. Well, I would think maybe knight f3 like makes a little bit of sense to attack the pawn on e5, but then I don't want like to really get my knight, like my knight was very good on e4, yeah, and I made it worse.
True, true. And if you go here, then the knight pursues it. And then if you go
Knight
here,
f6, yeah.
yeah, it doesn't feel much.
But I could go everything like this without improving black's position.
hmm.
You mean
Actually, yeah.
earlier, yeah? Could have gone to
Yeah.
c5.
Yeah,
True, true, true.
yeah.
So now Pavel has a decision to make with 2 minutes 20 seconds. Will he go like crazy here, do something? I don't know what.
I think he might have missed this one, knight h7.
Hmm. Yeah, it's a
Because it's
sneaky
very
move.
easy, like, to, yeah, it's very easy to think that, okay, my knight is kind of stuck on g5 very nicely, and then I'll just improve my position. But this is very concrete approach from black, that, okay,
Oh, takes.
what are you doing?
Takes.
Oh, takes, yeah.
Takes. Sanan is
But
pawn
this
up.
I don't like.
Yeah, Sanan is pawn up
Yeah, now it feels like I'm a pawn down.
Oh, there you have it, b5. But now c5, no? c5. Just keeping those
Yeah.
pawns.
Yeah, because if c takes b5, then okay, then white has no problem for sure to like equalize or make draw.
Yeah, too weak here.
Yeah,
But after c5,
but
my thing is if you put the bishop back on this diagonal, then b7 is a weakness. However, you can shut the bishop down with e4. So Pavel is
yeah,
risking this.
yeah, it feels like he missed something, and then in time trouble he just, yeah.
Yeah.
But yes, let's say c5.
c5, yeah. Very likely this is going to happen. c5.
Yeah.
Now what does white do now?
Can I still play though with like something like
h5. No, queen c2 h5. Queen. No, wait.
queen c2 h5, yeah, or yeah, queen c2, yeah, queen c2 h5. I wanted maybe e4 still, yeah.
Exactly. He played c5.
Yeah,
Sanan there.
yeah, he played c5.
Pushing for the win.
Oh wow, that's very complex. White has to do something very fast, I think. Otherwise, he'll just suffer.
But what? Queen d2? Maybe queen d2, queen d6. Could be an idea. Take the
Yeah,
open file.
yeah, that looks really. something
let's get
something
it.
very concrete. Queen d2,
Queen d2.
maybe rook somewhere.
You don't have the d file.
Rook a5, let's say.
But
Ah,
Amruta,
but
this is
b5 is
protected.
anyway going to be
Yeah.
protected.
Maybe we push the
c4.
pawn. c4.
Yeah, queen d6 though. Then the c4 pawn is lost, no?
Oh, but c3, rook b6,
Can
c2.
I play rook a1
Ah.
c3?
Nice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oops, sorry. Take c2. Game over.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
Yeah,
you didn't
that's
even
it.
need rook a1.
Oh wow.
Crazy.
Oh yeah. There
Oh.
is even not need for that.
Pavel plays queen c2.
Oh, queen c2.
His idea is h5. But we'll block it with
Yeah.
e4.
Yeah, e4 is coming.
Also
But what was the correct move then?
Nothing. It's already dangerous. Too much.
Still, the
Yeah.
best move for Indian would be what?
Queen d2, c4, and now not to go queen d6 but play some move like h5. Very crazy move, because after gh
wow.
you take here and play queen c2.
Oh, and
And
queen
then-
c2.
And that's
Oh.
how you
Okay,
could at
that's
least
beautiful. But still pawn down, yeah?
exactly.
Hmm.
But this might be easier to hold
Yeah.
Now
somehow.
I'm wondering if he
Yeah.
actually blundered his c4 pawn.
No.
Sometimes you can forget. No? Hmm.
Oh, he played e4.
Yeah,
He's shut down that
e4.
diagonal. Now what
Yeah.
is next for Pavel? Where is his counterplay for the missing pawn? Sanan has actually stopped everything.
Yeah, and it looks really good for black. I'm just afraid of one thing, like, what is really going on after I join the show? That's a bit dangerous. I don't know.
So, Sopiko, can we have tomorrow the timings change? Like you join first so that you create that fire on the board, because Anish comes and 3 draws. There's only one game left.
Yeah, we have to deal with kids. Like if I make the deal with them, then we'll try.
Okay. Got it.
Maybe we can go with the main board now for a while.
Okay.
That would be nice. Also, Hari is playing, right? If just
Let's
to
have a
confirm.
look at Hari's game very quickly, because Harikrishna has this rook end game, which looks a little
yeah.
tricky. Now, I think
Yeah.
Predke has found the best way to keep the pressure going.
Yeah, definitely. And as we've seen yesterday, you can never say that this should be a draw. Yeah, like the game yesterday of rook end games with Eljanov against Maghsoodloo
Yeah.
was a nice one to watch and learn.
Absolutely, exactly. That's what happened there. And now here, Alexander Predke needs to find a way to make progress. And Hari is very smart. He keeps his rook here so that if the king goes up, he can give a check from behind, force it to come back, give a check, and so on. So he's not letting him progress.
Yeah, the good thing for black is that king is really nicely on f6, and very important that there is e6 pawn, of course. But sometimes even with doubled pawns, it can be a draw if black is able to blockade, right? But not in this position.
True. Yeah, this
Oh,
one
wow.
looks like
So rook a1, rook b1 is the thing.
Right. And Predke can't make progress, I think. Maybe he can move his rook. So let's say rook a5. And you wait perhaps with the rook c1. And I try rook a6 to play f5. At least hope for
Yeah.
something there. Maybe
Yeah,
something-
f5 is a threat,
Ah.
but maybe I can play king f7.
King. You're just going back. Okay. But then can I
Maybe
go
not,
king
I'm
g3
not sure.
king here? Try for something.
Oh yeah, you have now a thing. Yeah, maybe rook f1.
But you can now play
No,
king
rook
f6.
f1 instead of check.
Rook f1. You're stopping me. Right.
Yeah,
True. Not so easy to make progress.
but rook b6.
Rook b6. You're
Maybe rook b6. Tricky.
so that if
I
king
have
f6,
to make some move also.
f5.
f5. But still draw, yeah?
How?
How is it a draw?
Wait.
Is this the blockade I was talking about? Maybe king g5 and I win g4 pawn. Rook g1.
Check.
No,
And
you can't win G4.
and
Rook
guys,
g6.
one second, Sopiko. Let's ask our viewers here. Black to play. Take on Rook. Oh, nice. We have a very
Rook
strong
g3 check.
check here.
Wow, nice
Yeah.
move. Nice
Yeah.
move. What a stalemate.
And it's
Yeah,
a
it's
draw.
beautiful.
But yeah, we can see that there are
Yeah,
some
but
hopes.
it's a draw with miracle, yeah?
Yeah.
It's still very tricky.
This is Sopiko, you coming in and even making these
Rook and games having
tactical.
such kind of tactics.
But I hope they won't blunder. Otherwise, yeah, I think somebody will check me. What is going on? What kind of vibes are you sending over there?
Next tournaments, all where there were a lot of draws, everyone calls Sopiko for commentary so that there is more decisive results.
And then what is Michael going to say? Mama, did you hear that?
Yeah,
That was
yesterday
amazing.
it was a big deal.
What did he react? Like it was
Yesterday
the
it was a
first
big
time at home you did commentary, I think. And then when you went back to him, what did he ask you?
Oh, yeah, it was a disaster. It was not a disaster when I went back, but Anish tried to put me on TV because he's used to seeing like Papa is working, Papa is on TV, and Papa, but he's not used to working, like he's not used to see me on the screen so much. I'm always with him. And then Anish put on broadcast and he was like, no! He was like, Papa to work, Mama here. So he was sending like Anish to work and Mama should be there. And in the end, Anish managed to calm him down. And we have a video like Anish is asking him like, Michael, do you want to go to school? And he's like, no, I want to work. That's really funny.
Wow.
But
That's so cool.
now I just escaped from him, so Papa is having play date.
Nice.
And then today Anish is not going to show that you are on the screen. So that won't
No,
be a
no,
problem.
we already learned our lesson.
Amazing. Someday we will have a camera there. In that, just like we have a commentator's camera at the playing hall camera, we'll have one camera in that the main playing hall in your house.
But you heard here, right? Anish managed to calm him down. I mean, look at his skills everywhere.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I trust him. Yesterday we agreed that he's better babysitter, right?
True. Okay, so here the idea which we thought has happened. Rook has come to a6 to play f5. So Harikrishna must figure out what to do. But can we quickly, while he thinks, go back to Eljanov Sjugirov to see what is the progress here?
Oh my god.
Yeah, sure. Oh yeah, Queen d2, Queen, huh? Queen. Okay, so he provoked.
Oh my god, he found this
But
move,
I
c4.
don't get one thing. Why not c4?
He played it.
He played it.
Oh, is that on the board?
Yeah, let's have the big board there. Let's see what is, because few moves, he takes c3. What is it lose?
No, but why did he lose a tempo with Queen e6? That's what I don't understand.
He could have played directly, right? c4.
Yeah, instead of Queen e6.
So
Yeah?
here he could have played c4 directly, but maybe, yeah, that could have, maybe Queen d4 is what he didn't like. But then there's Queen e6.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know. But he played here, take, c4, take c3, rook b7, and now c2
And
there is rook c8, rook c7, but rook c8.
Yeah, rook c8. How does he stop the pawn?
Rook a7.
b6 or what?
Rook a7.
Yeah, okay, he just sacrifices, yeah? So he wants to play exchange down, but b pawn is alive. Is that a draw?
Good question. Yeah, it could be a fortress, no?
Take. Let's see. I think it might be very difficult to hold this, especially because that pawn on e4 cramps the white king side so much,
Yeah.
and the black king will slowly come on the other side. This might be lost.
Yeah, and now question to audience.
Okay.
Which piece becomes the most important in the endgame?
Oh, that's a good question. Which piece becomes the most important in the endgame? King. Sopiko, is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Wow.
we will activate our king, right?
From this side.
Yeah.
So then the plan
But
is
where
to
are we
get.
going? We need
Yeah.
to have a plan. One thing I don't like for white is that the h pawn is there. So, like, there are always ideas with g5 for black, yeah, like to put pressure with king h6, king h5 is not an option, but for sure, like, black has a very good chance to convert this one.
I
Yeah, because
agree.
I think if his rook is on b2 and king on e1, what is the plan? It's
That's
over,
a
no?
great idea. Switch the king
Yeah.
this way and put the rook here.
Yeah, f2 pawn. Yeah, that's great.
So
This is the. But how can he stop
Huh.
it?
yeah, it might not be so easy. Oh, he goes for your idea g5.
Oh, he goes g5 directly.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure that's necessary.
Is it smart? Is it good?
I don't think so. I think what Amruta said with king g8, king f8 looked like crushing, no? Very nice, slow crushing.
Yeah, but
Plan.
slow, yeah, if there was something for white. So one question to you guys is, if the b pawn and e pawn are traded, then is the bishop versus rook endgame draw?
Yeah, I think so. 4 versus 3 on the same
Yep.
side.
No, it will be 3 versus 2, let's say.
Yeah, should be a draw. No, maybe not.
I'm not sure. That's why the question.
So here, king g6.
But why he? Okay, king g6, king g5.
No,
wants-
what do you...
But the
B-
problem is
yeah,
that
what do you
white
do?
has not.
Oh.
White doesn't have many moves, yeah.
White doesn't have moves.
b6? Just to free the bishop.
b6, rook b1.
Rook b1.
Then you don't
Yeah,
get a
rook
e4
b1
pawn.
and bishop c4.
Yes, exactly.
But
This
then
very
rook
important move.
b6.
Rook b6 and now very
Bishop
important
d5,
move.
then rook b4. No?
Bishop d5.
Bishop
But
d5.
rook b4. What again?
And here. And now king h3. And you can't take here. Everything is tied up.
Yeah, everything is pinned.
So this
Oh,
is
that's
a
brilliant.
draw.
This is such a brilliant
What
bishop.
are you saying?
That's brilliant.
And I just keep moving my king back and forth.
No, once again, I mean, not too soon.
Oh,
If king
wow.
g5, bishop f7,
Yeah.
and you disconnected the pawns, that's like
That's
you
a
have.
draw. This should be a draw.
You still have f2 as a
Yeah,
weakness,
bec-
lekin.
Oh, he plays it. He finds this idea.
Oh.
Pavel.
Right.
Actually, this means that g5 was a bad move by Sjugirov.
Yeah.
No, but then the same thing, no, for king g8
No,
also.
king
King f8.
G8.
No,
King
still b6.
b6, rook b1.
Bishop,
Rook b1.
Now
yeah.
if you do this,
Yeah.
take.
bishop d5.
But now it's no longer a problem. Rook b4 and I'll go king f8, f5 and it's not tied down.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it's a pawn, yeah?
Yeah. So king
Yes.
g2, g5, hg, king g6, b6. Excellent move. And I think you can see Sjugirov has just stopped in his tracks. He's like, I didn't expect that move.
Okay, but
Yeah.
he doesn't attack the
Yeah,
b6.
and look at
let's
the
say.
time.
Oh, 58 seconds for Pavel and 4 minutes for Sjugirov.
On the other hand, you can also play king g5
Yes,
for now.
but now
Or not.
but now there is a brilliant move
b7,
here.
rook b1, bishop c. Huh?
b7, rook b1, bishop a6 would not be that great because you are kind of tying it up
Rook
completely.
b6.
No, but
Yeah.
but there is a great idea here for
One
white.
second, one second.
White to
Let-
play. Let's
let
ask our
Sopiko think.
audience as well. White to play.
Yeah, white to play. Oh, I see.
Wow.
Yeah.
Which is, I don't know if this is the best, but yeah.
Oh,
Go on.
I thought not. Wait, I thought bishop b5 is the problem. But
Exactly.
then
Bishop
bishop
b5.
b5 and bishop
B1.
c4, yeah?
One second.
No, rook b1.
Rook b1, bishop c4.
Not bishop c4 because of f5.
Ah,
But
Then
bishop
c6.
c6. And the
Bishop
point is I'm
C6.
threatening b7 with an active bishop. So you need to take it. And then bishop e4 is a draw.
Okay. Okay, this is a
Yeah.
draw. But what if f5? Sorry, 1 second. Then you.
If you play f5 here, then b7, and now my bishop is much better than on a6, so I have two moves.
Yeah.
But can I not get my king? 1 second. Your bishop will be zugzwanged. So king
Here,
f6.
here. Okay.
But I have pawns on white light squared, so whenever kind of attack. But okay, it's not so easy, yeah? King f6, what to do?
Now, let's try to
Probably
go here.
g4.
Yeah,
Yeah.
breaking your
G6.
structure, g6. Take, and I think f3.
king g3. Ah, f3 even, yeah?
Check, king g3, and draw. I've traded everything.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Amazing. Amazing.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's amazing save.
Okay, he goes rook
Okay,
c6.
that's interesting. Rook c6. Probably only way to keep chances.
Yeah, but now b7. Rook b6.
b7, rook b6. There is no bishop b5.
Right. Bishop c4 takes bishop here. And once again we reach the same position.
b4.
Rook b4 is draw, right? King
No,
h3.
I have rook b4. b7 pawn is gone.
Yes, but no, that's not the point. Now I go here and here. You don't have a move.
Oh, same position.
Oh wait, maybe rook e7.
Exactly.
No, I go rook e7.
Exactly. Rook e7,
Yeah.
defending this and this. And this might be better for you.
Yeah, it looks better because I
Take on g5 next.
kept all my pawns, yeah?
So if you have 3 versus
Yeah,
3,
take on
then
g5.
it should be winning, yeah?
But this rook c6 is such a cool move, no? By
He
Sjugirov.
stops
Yeah.
bishop c4, yes.
b7, rook b6.
Yeah.
And now...
And then you are in time to pick up the pawn.
Yeah, and
e7
very
pawn.
important move here, rook e7. Defending here and here, next picking up this, then slowly improving.
Guys, look, it's 10 seconds for Eljanov.
Eljanov, play, you lose on time.
No, that's
Oh, he
right.
played bishop a6.
Oh.
What?
Yeah, it's a tricky move, but we already saw this, yeah, in our lives that bishop on a6 was not good.
Yeah, it's like now you
But
have
the
locked
trick is, if
everything
I
up.
take now on g5,
Yeah,
is there a trick or not?
bishop c4,
I
right?
just
You were
take, yeah?
thinking.
But rook b7
Yeah, exactly. Defends everything.
and rook e7.
And rook e7. Defends here.
So Sjugirov is actually winning, we can say.
Not so
no,
sure. There might be more
extreme.
twists here, but yes, it looks very
Yeah,
comfortable.
more twists, but it is 30 seconds for Eljanov.
Ah.
And 2 minutes 30 seconds for Sjugirov.
Oh.
And can we quickly check
Yeah.
Harikrishna's game? What's
Yeah.
happening there?
It
Yeah.
should be all in control, if I believe.
Oh, Hari played rook c3. What? Hari is not even afraid of f5. He says if you play f5, I'll go king g5.
King g5, yeah. He played rook
Ah.
c3, but that's nice if you can do it. Then you keep the king cut.
Right. So here. Hari is just so confident about these endgames. Yeah, he's doing it in style.
Second score sheet coming in.
50 moves done. Yeah. Let's go back to Pavel versus Sjugirov, because this looks like
Yeah.
a draw.
Oh, it does. This looks like a draw because like also Hari found the way, yeah, like that he cannot do anything.
True. Let's have Pavel Eljanov versus Sjugirov on the screen. Yes. Oh, what? f4? King takes g5? He played f4.
Oh.
Do you take
Oh,
it?
wow.
Do you take it or not?
Like from first thought, I would not take. I think that this e3 pawn and g3 pawn is such a weakness, no?
Yeah. I mean,
But maybe I need to take.
but then the king gets at least some activity. Because if you
Yeah.
don't do that, then black was already aiming to just run the king over somehow, like the long distance. Let's have a quick shot of the
yeah.
analysis there of Levon and Parham.
Oh, they are still analyzing.
No, I think it's... oh, this is live. What? They're still analyzing. Insane. Their analysis session is
Wow.
as long as their game, perhaps. Almost. And look at them enjoying so much.
Yeah, that's nice to see. Yeah, maybe we should stay here just. Wow,
Wow, this is so nice.
still analyzing.
And they're so happy. I think this is
Yeah.
the moment where they both sort of calm down in this event, like feel at home. Because all you need is someone you
Yeah.
to have a nice time in a like in a country where you've come, and then you feel like, okay, this is
They
I
found
belong.
each other, yeah.
Yeah, I belong here. Okay,
Yeah,
back
no,
to Hari.
that's nice. That's nice.
So Hari's position draw.
No, Predke did determine something by pushing his pawn on g5, which might not be a big deal.
Okay.
He just pushed that.
No, now it's a simple one, no? Because,
Yeah, he
yeah.
pushed it, but then f5 ideas are gone. Yeah, like this. This more looks like, although like King Rook on e3 now he wants probably to get with King somewhere. Yeah, like Rook keeps being on e3 and King g3, King g4. But now it's probably important that I keep my Rook on a file.
Yes, so that you have these checks. True. Oh, but look
Yeah.
at what Predke is doing. He put his rook here. He wants to start moving his king perhaps there.
But f4 pawn should be kind of
Yeah. True.
weak. At some point, black even can go e5, yeah? Like
That's
in a nice
one.
moment.
True.
Good one. Good
Like
one.
rook a4,
In a nice moment to, yeah.
king g3, and now e5. Nice. Because f5,
Yeah.
there is... but this might be risky. No,
Rook
no, no.
f4.
But rook f4 check.
No?
King g8. And then you lose this.
Yeah,
And,
it's
and
lost.
f6.
Like the pawn is,
Wow. Okay, it's too concrete though.
yeah, g5 is lost then.
Should we go back to Sjugirov versus Eljanov?
Yeah, I think they have very big time trouble there.
Let's go,
Yeah,
let's go
let's
there.
go.
Sjugirov, Eljanov,
That
let's
means
go
as
there.
of now also
He took, yeah?
Yeah, he took.
Hari
Yeah,
will
he
stay
took the
unbeaten.
pawn.
And if Pavel also draws, he will stay unbeaten. Otherwise, Hari will be the... Hari and Sjugirov will be in the lead. Otherwise.
No, yeah, Hari and Sjugirov. Let's have Sjugirov versus Eljanov video. Yeah. So, he improved his bishop. He played check,
Yeah.
king e5 here. Oh, but he missed this move, next move.
What?
He's blundered it. Black to play, guys.
Oh,
Here.
What
that's
is
a
the
very
next
simple
move? G5 or
No, come on, black to
Rook
play.
F6.
Let's
No.
see if our audience
F-
can
No,
find.
no, that's...
F5, yeah?
Exactly, f5.
Oh.
F5.
Bishop c6, king d6. He
Oh,
takes
he was
away.
hoping for bishop c6, but then king d6. Oh, this is over.
Oh,
Game over.
man. That was very quick.
He just blundered bringing that bishop. He thought the bishop had squares, but now no squares left. And the pawn is going.
Yeah, this is game over.
That's the time pressure actually, right? What Sopiko was talking about.
True.
Yeah, it was really important. Imagine you had like good 30 minutes over there. Probably it's possible. It was possible to hold it. Yeah.
True.
Maybe even not.
Yeah, it would be interesting for all the endgame experts to actually analyze this endgame and figure out what's the actual evaluation. He goes bishop e8.
But maybe g5 now, or like he should take it right away.
He takes.
He takes, yeah.
But king f4?
And king f4.
Yeah, exactly. King f4, maybe king e6. Just
King f4, king e7 probably.
e7.
No. Bishop g6 then.
Oh, there's only one move to win here. King f4. After king f4, there's only one move to
e6,
win.
yeah?
Yes, king e6. But I think he'll find it.
Yeah. Yeah, because you
Because,
see that king e7, bishop g6.
True. So king e6. And now if bishop g6, you have check. King here,
Check.
check. And king is on the side
Yeah.
and you can win in any number of ways. Just
King
take.
f6.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or yeah. Oh wow. Yeah, he
Another.
takes a bit of seconds here,
Let's see.
but looks completely lost.
Last moment, last critical moment of the game. King e6 needs to be
Yeah.
found. Meanwhile, Harikrishna's game. Let's stay there. Let's stay with game. King e6 found. He plays it.
Yeah.
Would that mean in hindsight
Whoa.
the c4 pawn, giving up the c4 pawn, did cause this?
We should invite Sjugirov here in the
Yeah.
analysis and ask him what he felt.
Yeah. Because it was very ambitious to give the c4 pawn because it was not needed, yeah?
Hmm.
But the, like, I guess the b5 was like critical mistake of the game. Because after b5, c5, black already has these tricks with c4.
Right, right. Yeah, I agree. I agree. B5 seemed like a very ambitious move by Eljanov, just giving black this passed pawn on c file.
Yeah. But that's what time trouble does.
True.
Which format,
Less than
Sopiko, would
20
you
seconds.
prefer? Like second time control if you get more time after 40 moves, or how would it be?
Yeah, now I'm so used to playing with second time control that I think that yeah, without it, it's feels like a bit long rapid.
Oh,
But it's more exciting for viewers, I think, because there is time trouble, and time trouble always comes with some mistakes.
right.
True, true.
By the way, Pavel has played a very interesting move because if you take the pawn, then this is a draw.
1 second. G4.
This is a
and then
drawn
bishop.
position, this endgame.
Why exactly?
I don't know, it seems like a theoretical draw to I guess. Maybe we should check with the table bases because in a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah, 6 pieces. Should be some table
Yeah.
base draw. But there is a good move here for black.
Rook b4?
Yes.
No. I mean,
Rook, yeah.
that is
Pinning.
a very simple move, like you kind of pin the pawn.
And now here with the idea of g5.
G5, yeah. Very, very, very critical.
So if g4 over here, you go g5, kya?
He played e4 when he had 2 seconds, yeah?
Oh.
Ah.
Oh.
Amazing.
2 seconds left. 35 seconds for Sjugirov. Has to move.
Yeah. There still are some tricks. You can it's not that easy. Not that easy for both sides to win or to draw.
Finds it.
Yeah, rook b4.
Good move. Bishop c6.
And then king f6.
He's putting up a good resistance, Pavel, here. He's finding some
Yeah.
moves. He's trying to fight.
Yeah, he's very resourceful,
Yeah. But king
but
f6.
somehow it's not enough.
It's natural to play king f6 here with the idea of just
Yeah,
pushing
very
g5.
Definitely very natural. Because if you play king f6, king e3,
Yeah.
let's say, then there is always this annoying check, yeah? Rook b3, I think.
King f2. He plays king f6. He finds
Yeah,
it.
Yeah.
And now
It looks
this,
nice,
how do you
this
win?
one.
Because you don't want to get into this position. I think this is not the ideal
No.
position. This.
Yeah. But there should be problem with the bishop, I think, now.
You
Like if I
dominate it.
play rook b6 or rook c3. Yeah, so we're heading to similar type, yeah? King f3.
He played king f3. He's hoping for that position where where Sjugirov will take, and then it will be bishop versus rook.
Yeah. But that's not happening.
Yeah.
Because king e5 also. But king e5, e takes f5. What is the difference?
Yeah, exactly. That would not be good. So check is kind of
Yeah.
forced. He gives it. He gives the check. Sorry, king f3.
Yeah.
Check. And now king
Gives
f2
the check.
forced,
King
right?
f2. Yeah, should be.
Oh, I know what's the
Either
problem.
g2 or f2.
The thing is, if king f2 or king g2, you go king g5, and after pawn takes, you go king g4 and you win this pawn, and this will fall eventually, and you will have this one. Like even you can even sacrifice your rook
Oh, I
for that.
see. I see. Yeah, that's
Right.
the thing. Oh, so it's the only way to win, right?
Oh, he goes rook b6. Okay,
Yeah, but this is just winning the time, I think. It does not
spoil anything.
I mean it yeah, it does not do much. Like you just want to get more time on clock. Because once he goes bishop d5, then there is king e5, yeah?
Ah, that's smart. That's smart. So can you dominate the bishop
But
somehow?
yeah, I think it's very difficult because rook a6, bishop b7,
He always has
rook
this
b8,
square.
bishop
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
c6. Yeah,
Rook b8 he played.
yeah, rook b8. But he's just winning time. I'm sure he's just winning time. He needs to find this king g5 idea.
But now it doesn't work because now takes ef. Yeah, there is a check.
Now he has bishop f3.
Oh, so he'll repeat now with check, check, and then come there. Okay, it's very smart. King f3, rook g3, rook b3 check again.
Yeah, rook b3.
Oh, rook c2.
Oh, no,
Attacking
rook c2.
the bishop. Yeah.
Yeah, it would make a lot of sense to play these moves if you had second time control.
True, true. But also here
Like
you
to
get
reach the
30
move
seconds
40.
for every move. So maybe
Yeah,
b7.
but it's not so much, yeah, this 30 seconds. It goes very fast.
True.
Rook c2. No, that's the only way.
Oh, he's...
Rook c3 should be
Is he
played.
not finding it yet? Maybe.
Oh, he found
No,
the
but
way
he cannot.
to...
He cannot.
He found the way to dominate, I guess. No? No,
How?
not really. There are always...
No, it's impossible.
No,
Too
there are
many
three
squares.
squares.
He has
No,
three
three
squares.
He can't go king f4. It's a mate.
Checkmate in one.
Yeah, he goes king f2 probably.
And now, king g5. It's time to make the winning idea. King g5. Take here, play king
King
g4,
g5.
take this, then take this pawn eventually, and you will win.
Yeah.
Could he go king a5 as well? I mean, or is that a mistake? Instead of king g5.
When?
Here.
Ah, king e5, huh?
Yeah.
Now he will find it,
But
I
then
think.
you are too far, no? Yeah,
too
finds it.
far.
King g5
Yeah.
played. Fantastic. Now coming here, and you see how the bishop was put on a8 so that it cannot move to the diagonal and attack this pawn in any way. It's very, very smart.
Yeah. Yeah, that was very smart. King g5 and takes and king g4. King g4.
Important move now. King g4 played, threatening rook
he goes.
c2 check or rook g3 both, winning here. Well, there are some fortresses, right, where you give up this pawn and it's an f pawn, you have the bishop and king, but it's a draw, but it's not this position. The pawn has to be on the 6th rank and it has to be the dark squared bishop, king sits here. Those are drawn. But here with the pawn so far behind for black, I don't think it's a draw.
Yeah, it's no, it looks really winning. Really winning. King G4. And what to do? F6 maybe the
Last chance.
it's anyway better to have pawn F6, yeah, rather than G7 pawn.
Yeah, this is done. This is done.
But it looks lost.
I think Pavel might even resign.
No,
here.
no, not resigning is
No?
too soon.
No, I mean it's just
Still,
over.
until a mistake is possible from black-white to do that.
Well, you just take on G3 here. Then you move your rook away. Then you bring it here. Then you
then
take
he will
this.
resign next 2-3 moves.
So it's like even if the bishop defends it, you still sack your rook because
Oh, he resigned now. Right.
Oh yeah.
he resigns.
Oh wow.
Sanan has done it. He is now in the leaders pack along with perhaps Harikrishna. Yeah, Sanan wins here. And Eljanov, who started off with a win, would not be too happy with this result today. Let's go to Harikrishna's game, which is now... Oh, they drew. They drew. So that means all games have ended.
Yeah.
Like they played
Oh,
exactly for
okay.
4 hours.
All games ended, so we have two leaders.
Yes.
Sanan and Hari. Can we have
Yeah,
the
Sanan
look
and
at
Harry, and Harry easily held this game. So he's with 1.5 point out of 2 again. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can we have a look at the analysis
Great.
board to show the end of Hari's game?
Yeah.
Let's just
Like
have
the
a
main
E5 was
board.
played probably somewhere.
I think so. Let's have a look at the analysis board.
You mean the leeches board?
Yeah, here.
As a
Rook
this one.
A4. King here. Oh, he did play E5.
Acha, he went
Yeah,
into this concrete.
E5
So
and-
Sopiko was.
Oh, it is what we analyzed, right? Rook F4.
G6 happened.
You played here King Rook H7
Yeah, but he played G6.
or G6, yeah. Yeah.
And this, wow, Hari was so confident. Yeah, he just let him do all this.
Yeah, but these ones I've seen even in books, yeah. Even in books are such positions where it's draw.
Correct. Sopiko, what a day it was. Again, when you came in, I think the game heated up the Pavel versus Sjugirov. What are your thoughts about today's game?
Yeah, I think it was a very intense round because it's only 7 rounds, so everybody is just really going for it, like no time to relax. It's the tournament will finish soon, so it was unexpected for me a bit that Sjugirov would win, but I must say, I have to tell you a secret. He was my pick from the beginning. So I don't know. Let's see. I thought that he would win the tournament, but let's see.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Wow, we have Sjugirov here
I'll keep it.
in the analysis room here with us in the commentary room. And Sjugirov, congratulations, Anand, congratulations. Maybe you could wear this.
Congratulations. I'll just tell you a quick goodbye because I have to take care of Daniel.
Yes.
Congratulations to Sarah. And yeah, I will be here tomorrow, same time.
Sure. So, Pico, but before you go, I would like to tell Sanan that you have said he's the favorite to win the tournament, yes?
He is my pick to win the tournament, so good luck.
Thank you. Anish thinks the same. Yeah.
I'll ask him.
Thank you, Sopiko.
I'll ask him. I'll run and ask him right now.
Please do.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
That was Sopiko joining all the way from Netherlands. And Sanan, how was the game today? You actually managed to convert that very complex game. I
Yeah.
want your thoughts on that. Can we go through it?
Yeah, it was a tough game. Okay, I can show. Yes.
So let's have the analysis board on the screen. and maybe
Yeah.
just go to the
Yeah,
critical
I
moment.
a little bit out prepared him. Yes, bishop e3, bishop c5. It was my preparation, and now instead bishop c5, I analyzed queen c1 for white
Ah,
here.
here queen
Queen
c1.
c1. I think it's the first line, and now I can take on e3 maybe, or maybe just castle. Okay, now bishop c5, knight c5, queen e3, and knight cd7. I think maybe with another knight. Okay, I analyzed something like this.
Okay.
Yeah. So okay, I think it's about equal. He took on c5. I think it's maybe it's a little bit. Okay, it's a small mistake.
Okay.
Okay, now I think it's just fine position for black. Okay.
Did you consider like just playing in the center? Why did you go a5 here?
I don't know. uh, what I want to do in this position is maybe after rook a d8 he could play c5 maybe. I don't know.
Right.
C5 and d5. Okay, engine likes this position for black.
Mm.
Okay, but maybe for human it's not so clear.
True.
Yeah,
True.
yeah. Okay, maybe instead c5 maybe rook e1 or maybe I don't know. Queen b2, queen b2 maybe. Yeah, he wanted to play queen b2
Right.
maybe. I don't know. Maybe yeah, maybe
If you
a5
did
is
this,
also
okay, and we
small
reached
mistake.
here,
Now
and everyone felt
I
that this bishop was a
yeah.
little misplaced in the game.
Yeah,
No?
yeah. Now I realized that maybe I did something wrong. Yes, yes, I didn't like my position. Yes, and knight f3, I think it's not necessary.
Were you surprised? Okay, here maybe taking
He
this.
missed knight e f8, I think.
Because
But
taking
I
here
don't
is
know.
bad. It traps the queen.
Yeah, of course.
But here he missed knight ef.
After rook d1, knight f8,
W-
knight e f8.
Why is it so strong to play
Uh,
this move?
but I think it's
Forced.
it's forced because I must protect this pawn on e5. So okay,
Were
now
you surprised
now
that he gave this pawn?
yes. I think that maybe he a little bit underestimated my position. Maybe he thought that he could win. Yes, he could play for a win. But I think yes, maybe b5. I calculated b5, queen maybe queen a3. Yes,
Yeah.
and now take, maybe take, rook c1, and I think it's just a draw. Yes, so maybe it's
Maybe he got
yeah.
over ambitious.
Yeah.
Aha.
So
Take.
this pawn sacrifice, I think it's it's too risky for white.
I think
So
till here it was
yeah,
okay.
maybe in this position after knight e4. At first I wanted to play knight f6.
Yeah.
Knight
Why
f6,
didn't you play it?
but knight g5, queen e7,
Yeah.
and now bishop c4, knight d5, and h4. h4, and yes, and knight h7, and it's just a draw. Yes. Okay.
So now
So-
you
so-
got ambitious.
Yeah.
You wanted to win.
Yeah, because he was in some time trouble, so I thought maybe it's my chance. Yes. So now he missed, I think, this knight
Knight
h7.
h7.
Yeah,
Nice
yeah,
move.
yeah,
Nice
yeah.
move.
So
Take, take.
maybe in this position, maybe he should play maybe b5. I think
b5. Because
yes,
there's no c5.
b5, knight d5. I wanted to play knight d5, and now just take on c6 and bishop c4, or maybe h4 and then bishop c4. Okay, yeah,
Equal.
it's just equal position. Yeah. So, but okay, he missed this knight h7. It's a very strong move. After knight f3, in this position,
Knight
I
goes back.
also calculate knight f3, but e4, yes, and knight d4, and okay, knight f6. It's
Better for
yeah,
you.
it's better for black.
But did you
So
feel that the real mistake b5? Because now you have a very nice pawn.
No, at this moment we had only 1 minute. Yes, so I thought that okay, maybe it will be some mistakes. So okay,
Why did you play queen e6?
but okay, I calculated this variation to this end game. So I thought it's a nice trap. But
Ah.
maybe it's not so clear. I don't know.
You know what's the move that saves?
But okay, he had only 1 minute. I thought that he could play queen d6. It's okay. It's so human move, yeah.
True,
so,
true.
so
And
okay,
he fell into the trap.
yeah.
But
But
Sanan, what is the evaluation of this endgame?
I don't know. Maybe when I got this position, I realized that maybe it's not so clear. Maybe it's
It's a draw.
It's a draw. Maybe I
But
don't know.
But you know what was very surprising is g5. Maybe it's not the best move. I don't know.
Maybe king g8.
Did you?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you feel? Why
But
did you go for this?
okay, king g8.
What stopped you?
I thought that maybe he could play something like bishop e2. Okay,
King f8.
king f8,
And I mean, your idea is just
yes.
this.
But
Maybe no.
I was a little bit afraid of some, I don't know, bishop c4 and bishop d5. But okay, he cannot play like this.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Okay, maybe it's
Maybe better, yes?
maybe g5.
But the thing is, here there was a
mistake.
very nice move for
Yeah,
him.
rook c6 is
It's
very
good.
very strong.
Because,
Yeah.
because did you see rook b1? What was the problem?
Bishop c4.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, bishop c4, rook b6, bishop d5, and what to do? Okay.
No move.
Well, yeah.
Just-
It's just a draw. Yeah. So okay, in this position, yeah, I also could play king g5. Yes, king
King
g5.
G5.
But
Bishop b5.
bishop b5.
You
Yes,
saw it.
yes. Also this also calculated this variation, rook b1 and bishop c6, and it's also maybe.
And we also saw like here, this is hanging. Like if you take, this is a draw.
yeah,
this
it's-
position.
yeah.
But if you play f5,
b7. Yes.
b7, and then if you try to go here, then
g4,
g4.
g4. Yeah,
and
take,
f3,
take. Yes. Yeah,
and
yeah,
draw.
yeah. So
So this
I,
was
I,
a very
I,
good
I,
move.
I was lucky, yes, to
You found it.
to find this move. Yes, rook c6, and now I.
And did you were going to do this? Yes, bishop c4, take bishop d5, rook e7.
Yeah, of course.
And this is winning, or what do
I
you
think
feel?
it's it's an easy win for black. Okay, I can play king g5 and then go to e1. Yeah. So,
Right. Okay. So
No.
sorry. In
yeah,
the game, it
yeah.
happened bishop a6.
Bishop a6. Okay, king g5, f4, and now yes, maybe just king g4. Yes, king g4, bishop e2, king f5.
Yeah.
But
this
I
one.
was not so sure that it's winning.
Mm.
Yeah. Okay, maybe, but I had only few seconds. So
But I think what you did
I
is
just-
also winning. Yes, perhaps or not.
maybe okay, maybe in this position.
How do you win
He-
this position overall with black?
I think my main plan is to go to c7, yes, with my king.
Okay.
But maybe now maybe it's somehow it's like some zugzwang. I think
Hmm.
maybe
he
yeah,
doesn't have a move
yeah,
because otherwise king comes in. if he
yeah.
moves the-
So what to do with white?
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
So yeah,
So
bishop
check,
d3
king
and
d5. Maybe he has to go back.
yes, maybe it's the best
And
option.
then
But
you
okay,
will
king this now yeah, I'm just in time. Yes, and king c7. Then. Okay.
But this is of course the final mistake. Now this.
yeah.
And you converted this very smoothly, no problems.
But I also didn't know. Is it a winning position? Okay, maybe after
But this is a draw, right?
take on e4.
Wo- do-
It's
do you-
it's a draw, yeah.
I think so. It's a draw.
Yeah. So I was lucky to find this
G5.
this maneuver.
But even directly king g5 should work, right? Like you did it very well to
But
push
okay,
the bishop to
okay.
a8.
You mean in this position, king g5? Yeah.
No, here check king here, check,
Okay.
King here and king
King
g5.
g5. Okay. Take on e5.
And this. I mean, same, similar.
F6. F6.
F6.
Just take on f6 and f5. Yeah, of course.
But yeah, okay. I mean, what you did was very,
Yeah.
very technically correct. Put the bishop on a8 and.
Yeah. Okay. It's easier, yes, to calculate. Yeah.
Very nice.
So, okay.
Sanan, how does it feel to play in India? Is this you played?
It's not my first time. I played in World Junior Championship in 2011, I think. Yes, but okay, I played terribly in the tournament. So I also played in Chennai.
Olympiad.
So, yeah.
Okay.
No, not Olympiad. World Junior Championship.
Oh, World Junior.
Yeah.
Okay.
More than 10 years ago. So okay, now I have only great feeling to play in such a good tournament. Such a good organization. It's playing venue and hotel. So okay, okay. I just want to say thank you for organizers. Okay, it's
Fantastic.
great for players.
That's wonderful to know.
Yeah.
1.5 out of 2.
Yeah.
Feeling good in the tournament
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah.
And also we were talking to Anish, who is one of the commentators here, and he told us a bit about you, that how you both shared room when he was young. I mean, both of you were young.
Yeah. We lived in one room, in some training camps.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he told us this nice story about some video game and he had on his phone. I don't know. You can go and check it later.
Oh, okay.
But do you think you are at the high point in your career right now with 2700? You crossed. I think you were in 2650 for quite some time.
Yeah.
So now it's the
okay.
breakthrough time?
Maybe it's not my best rating now. Okay, but it's near the top of my rating. So okay, now I just want to to try my best, and okay, maybe I can reach something more. I don't know. Okay.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
This tournament can definitely help in that direction. You recently changed federations to Hungary. Do you live in Hungary?
Yes, I live in Budapest.
How is it to live there?
Yeah, it's a nice city. Okay, and I like it very much. So okay, so thank you for Hungarian Chess Federation. They help me a lot. So.
That's very nice to know, Sanan. It's been a long day for you. I'll let you go, and all the best for the remaining 5 rounds.
Thank you.
Guys, Sanan here with us, and he's now leading the tournament jointly along with Harikrishna. It's been a very, very intense day of chess. 3 draws and 1 decisive result. Let's have a look at what tomorrow holds for us. Tomorrow's pairing. If we can have on the screen what is going to happen. I think tomorrow we have Parham versus Gukesh. That's going to be an amazing game. We have Sanan Sjugirov versus Levon Aronian. We have Harikrishna versus Eljanov and Arjun versus Predke. So it's going to be an exciting day of chess. And let's have a look. I think the leaderboard we'll put up later. Right now we have 2 leaders in the tournament, Harikrishna and Sanan Sjugirov. And I will take your leave now. It has been wonderful. And right now, as I end this, there will be a recap that will be put up and you can watch it. Thank you all for tuning in. Bye-bye.